in person, aren't we?
I'm going to check the participant list to see if maybe they're an attendee.
We're missing Kevin.
Kyle.
Oh, Kyle. Oh. Okay. I got the wrong list of people here. Okay, there he is.
So we're just missing Kyle.
Not anymore.
He's on.
Hi, Kyle.
Bob, if you want to fix the echo, you have to turn the volume all the way down on either the phone or the computer. Usually phones, you can't turn the volume all the way down. So I'd recommend turning the volume all the way down on the computer and leaving the phone volume on.
Okay.
Sounds like we're coming from outer space tonight, so maybe that's a better place for our meetings.
There we go. Sorry for the delay. I had to connect to my phone.
Bob, you have to
Are you
unmute
able to
something.
hear
We
me?
can't hear you.
You can't hear me at all?
No,
we can
not
hear
you.
We can hear you.
Oh,
We
okay.
can't hear Bob. Okay, there you go, Bob.
Me?
All right, yes.
Can you,
Okay.
I
George?
had to
can hear you
connect to
now.
my phone.
You can hear me all right?
Yes.
Good. We're all good then.
Are we ready?
We are. Yep.
So good evening and welcome to the Village of Ossining Zoning Board of Appeals regular meeting of December 14th, 2021. Notwithstanding provisions of Article 7 of the Public Officers Law, the meeting is being conducted remotely in accordance with the laws of 2021 in light of the public health and safety concerns associated with COVID-19. There is no public participation in person tonight. Rather, the public can watch the live meeting online through Zoom. Notice of tonight's meeting was published as required and posted on the village's website. The web notice included instructions for members of the public to access the meeting and participate in any public hearings. Comments will only be taken during the public hearing portions of the meeting as usual. In order to participate, please do the following. Members of the public attending online via the Zoom app may use the raise hand feature at the appropriate time if you would like to make a comment. The feature is located at the bottom of the screen. Those attending via telephone can press *9. The meeting host will see that your hand is raised or that you have pressed *9 and will unmute those waiting one at a time so that you can speak. Lastly, comments can be emailed during the meeting to Jaime Martinez, and that's J Martinez, MARTINEZ, at villageofossining.org. Any written comments will be read into the record. So there are a few ground rules for tonight. In order to keep the meeting orderly and ensure we get a clear recording, please follow these ground rules. When you are given access to speak, please state your name and address. If you are speaking during the public hearing, please limit your comments to the matter which is the subject of the hearing. Board members, please mute yourselves when you are not speaking. And to the board members, I will call on you one at a time to speak to avoid everyone speaking at once. If you wish to speak at any time when I'm not calling on you, we may also use the raise hand function or literally raise your hand so I can see you and call on you. You will use roll call voting for purposes of all board motions. This is to ensure that the record is clear. I want to thank everyone for their patience and as we continue to move forward. For the benefit of the record, we are going to do a roll call vote to kick things off. When I say your name, please indicate that you are present. Marlene Cheatham, I'm here. George Bailing,
I'm here.
Kyle Beckley,
Here.
Bob DeRio,
Here.
and Mark Goreshny.
Here.
And with us tonight also from the village representatives are Joseph Agostinelli, our building inspector, Jaime Martinez, our planning director, Jamie Kane, our board secretary, and Amanda Brosi, our village land use attorney.
We also have Stuart, the Corporation Counsel here
Oh,
tonight.
I'm sorry, Stuart Kahan is also with us on tonight as our village attorney.
Thank you, Marlene.
You're welcome. Nice to have everyone tonight. And let's get started. I know this is a long agenda. I'm going to ask Jaime in the beginning of each of our presentations to give us a little blurb as to what they entail and where they are. I'm also going to ask if anyone is speaking from the public that they limit, that we give them a time limit of, and I'm going to say 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that so that we can keep the meeting moving in a forward motion. All right. First on the agenda is ZBA 1418 36 North Water Street, Pleateau Associates. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this application?
Yes. Before we get into that, I am going to give you a little brief rundown of the application, and then we have Annie Klein here from Dale Bell, O'Donnell, and Weingarten, Wise, and Whitaker. Sorry, I didn't remember all those names. So 36 North Water Street is the Hidden Cove project. I think many people on the board here are familiar with this project. The applicant is requesting an extension of the zoning variances for the project as they've designed it in the past. However, by the end of this month, both the planning board and the board of trustees approvals will have lapsed prior to any final approvals that they would have gotten for the BAR. And due to that fact, this project will now need to return to the other boards as a brand new application. And the project is now subject to the new wetlands law as well that was implemented earlier at the beginning of this year. So at this point, we have not received any application as it pertains to the site plan, special permit, BAR, or wetlands. As such, we're asking that the ZBA withhold judgment on this matter and put it in abeyance until we have those applications in hand.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to hold this application in abeyance until action has been taken at the planning board and other boards.
I'd like
So,
to,
Second, Kyle. Oh, sorry, Marlene.
okay, so I'm just going to ask for a point of clarification from Amanda before we step forward. Is it in our jurisdiction, or can we do that without them coming forward, or do we need to hear from them first?
You don't necessarily need to have them come forward. It's they might be able to clarify anything you have questions on, but it's perfectly, I think, acceptable for you to take this motion.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor from, I almost said trustee, I'm sorry. From
Prior to the title.
from Mr. Durayo, and seconded by, I believe it was seconded by Mark?
It was Kyle.
By Kyle, to hold this application in abeyance pending pending anything happening with the planning board and the approvals needed on the planning board.
Well, really, it's pending the submission of the application. At this point, the zoning board would have to act before the planning board, and the environmental review process, I think, would also have to take place. But so that's not the order necessarily of approvals. But at this point, we're waiting on an actual full application.
Okay, so we will hold this in abeyance until applications are submitted moving forward, at which time we will put it back on the agenda. Is that fair?
I think that we wanted to hold this in abeyance until the issues were resolved before the planning board.
Yes.
And Stuart is here. Stuart can clarify. I think this was something that we had discussed with him.
Thank you, Amanda. Good evening, folks. That is correct, Madam Chair. The thought was to allow the planning process specifically as relates to freshwater wetlands to be completed, because it is distinctly possible that the variances that this zoning board and predecessor zoning boards granted may well be subject to change in light of the fact that the applicant will now be subject to the freshwater wetlands ordinance. So rather than have this board make a determination on variances that may in fact not be variances that are needed or different, the idea was to just hold this in abeyance. They did make their application before the current variances expired. They expired on the 11th of December, but their application was in before that. But it would basically be held until the wetland circumstances are dealt with at the planning board stage.
So
So
I
the
think
motion-
the wording of the motion would be hold this request for an extension in abeyance until the matters before the planning
Planning
board
board are resolved.
are resolved.
Okay, then that's fine. Okay, so that is the motion before us, to hold the request in abeyance until the planning board matters are resolved. I believe that we need to take a roll call vote on this.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
so I can do that for you. Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob DeRio,
Aye.
Kyle Beckley,
Aye.
George Bailing.
Aye. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, sorry. Did George say aye?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And Kyle Beckley, you said aye?
Yes, it's anonymous.
I think he was
Okay.
trying to.
Yeah, I'm having sound issues.
All right, Mark Gorechny.
Aye.
All right, thanks. It's unanimous.
Okay, so motion carried, so we will hold this in abeyance until the planning board matters have been resolved. Let's thank you for the members of Pleateau Associates who attended, and have a good night.
Okay, all right, so
Okay,
then,
so moving on, oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
so moving on to ZBA 16, no. Are we on 16/2021?
16-2021.
Yeah, 16-2021, 17 Pleasantville Road, Linda Ann Development Corp. Is there anyone to speak on this request?
Yeah, we have Wayne Spector. So going to bring them in and I'll give you the quick rundown on this application. So the applicant is seeking a use variance for the existing building, which is currently a residential apartment above a commercial use in conformance with the NC1 district. The applicant is seeking to convert the first floor commercial space into residential. The ZBA granted this site a use variance back in 2019. After approval of the use variance, the applicant commenced construction on the property, but neglected to pull a building permit. Due to this, the ZBA approvals lapsed, requiring the board to approve the application anew for the project to proceed. And we have Wayne Spector here.
Sorry, I was
There's
muted.
no changes, right?
Hello? Yes. Good evening. I'm sorry, my camera seems to not be working, so you don't get to see my face. I apologize for that. I don't know. I'd have to shut the computer down and restart it and see if I can get it going. But if we could proceed, I'll just verbally tell you why we're here and give you the background on this. So my client, I believe, might also be on this meeting as well, Robert Camilli. I'm not sure if he's raised his hands or not, but he knows about the meeting and he was going to be on it. If there's any questions
He's here.
from the board, they need to be directed to him. I'm sure he can answer anything that the board requires. So this has got an interesting history on this particular matter because back in 2019, this board unanimously approved the variance that we are requesting in this particular proceeding. What happened back and I included in my package an entire copy of the prior application package, as well as this board's prior decision, written decision, which addressed each and every element of a use variance and also stated the unanimous approval on
Mark,
every
is anything
element.
Is there anything new on the application?
Well, there's nothing new on the application. So what happened was that the application was granted, and my client actually commenced doing some work on the property, and And he is, for various reasons, and he's very apologetic about this. He neglected to file for a building permit. And then, of course, what happened in early 2020, as we all know, is the pandemic hit and everything, basically all economic activity came to a basic halt at that point. And although he had started the work. So back at some point thereafter, my client was issued a summons by the village for failure to prove or have a backflow protection device. And I attended a court hearing on that and advised the court that since the building was going to be used as a two-family house at that point, which was the use was granted because in the NC district, you can't have two-family up below and above. It has to be commercial below and residential above. And our application previously was granted because of the various hardships and other economic reasons, which we showed and which the board accepted as to why that couldn't work for reasons that are very particular to this property. And at that point, we were told that the application or the variance had expired. We then proceeded to have a number of conferences and conversations because the law that was referred to by the village stated that the work needed to commence, but there's no language in the law that says a building permit has to be filed. And we offered to produce documentation and proof that we actually had started some work at the property, within the 1 year period. The board rejected that, and we are proceeding with this particular application without prejudice on that aspect of it, because we believe that we did comply with the law. Nonetheless, we're here. We're asked to come in, and we did repackage our previous application and submit additional information, including copies of my client's tax returns, and reconfirmed that if anything, the conditions and the economic situation that was so clear and unanimously agreed, which was which supported the application initially, if anything, have gotten worse, and mainly because of the conditions during the pandemic. So we're here today because we need to, I call it a renewal of the application for the use variance. Whether or not, though, this board treats this as a new application or a renewal application, it really is not relevant according to the law. There are no change in conditions. We are not asking for any difference in terms of any of the details as far as the use of the property. There's no additional construction that is going to be that's going to be carried on. There are no additional changes to the property itself. It's a very limited piece of property, and there's a body of law which I included a reference to in my application package and submission, which references the fact that the courts have acknowledged that a board decision such as yours, unless there's a change of circumstance, is entitled to what we call in the legal world res judicata or collateral estoppel effect. I mean, there has to be a change of circumstances to justify a denial of the application, and it's irrelevant as to whether it's an application to renew or an application after the fact for an expired application, which is what we're doing right now. So, I mean, we can give you as much detail as you want on this application. Like I said, it was all there before you. The prior decision of this board, which is included, goes through in great detail each and every factor, and there absolutely are no changes being made, on this application.
I'm going to make a motion to
And-
approve
Well,
this.
before you go there, Bob, I'd like to ask,
Does Amanda, do we have to go through all the steps again?
Yes,
Yes.
Bob, I'm sorry.
yes,
Okay.
so
It's
Just-
a new application.
it's
also have
a
to have a
new
public
application. It's
And
a
it's a
new
use variance.
application.
New application, so I'd like us to do the steps and move on.
Well, in order for us to go through this, I have to go through all of the steps. So I'm going to first ask if there are any questions from the board members. No. Kyle?
Yes, my only question is, what is the square footage of each of the single family units within that two family unit being proposed? Because it doesn't show that on the zoning worksheet.
Mr. Bob, are you on this? Can you raise your hand and perhaps answer that question? Hopefully you are.
He's here. He needs to unmute himself.
Bob, Can you unmute yourself? I know how difficult that might be, but
Can you hear me?
You want me to yourself? I know difficult it might be, but
Can the panel hear me?
Yes.
All right, downstairs used to be the original hairdresser, Austin hairdresser. And it's approximately 852 square feet.
and the upstairs
So
unit?
If I heard correctly,
And the upstairs unit, I heard
852 square feet.
852 square feet.
Yeah, roughly. Yes, sir.
And Jaime, what is the minimum square
I
foot
think
in that
what
zone
is
for
the
residential?
square foot in that zone for
Go ahead, ask that question again.
He wanted to ask, what is the required square footage of the apartments in that zone?
Joe, you want to answer this question?
Yeah, it's the NC district. So it goes by habitable square footage and it depends on how many bedrooms. So if it's a 1-bedroom apartment, you have to have 600 square feet habitable. If it's 2-bedroom, it's 750. If it's a studio, it's 450. So you have to calculate out the habitable square footage by the zoning code regulations of the spaces that are considered habitable. And that would be spaces that don't include such as bathrooms, foyers, closets, hallways, other areas like bedrooms, living rooms, kitchen, dining room areas, those are habitable. So you have to calculate that out. And there's like I said, it's 450 for studio, 600 for 1-bedroom, 750 for 2-bedroom. Habitable square footage.
And I don't believe it is in this packet, Kyle, but unfortunately or fortunately, I believe I was on the board when this was first submitted. I know that we discussed most of that, and I know this is a new, we're looking at as a new application, but I think it fell within the correct parameters.
Definitely something that should be answered in this context.
Okay.
I was just going to say, because I would have to vote no, not based on prejudice, but since I don't see that in the packet and it's a new submission by standard, I can't assume that. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Well, if I can respond, I mean, this is a use variance application. It's not, I mean, the application is to allow residential use downstairs. And of course, my client still has to comply with all, regulations as far as square footage and any other residential requirements. So that would be something that would be reviewed by the building inspector when the application is formally submitted. The upstairs apartment was pre-existing anyway, so it's really a question of the downstairs apartment and. And my client is required to obviously comply with all regulations. But again, this is just an application to allow the specific use, which is residential downstairs in the NC1 district. It's not an area variance application. I mean, obviously, if he needed a variance, for an area variance for his application, he'd have to apply for that to allow different size. But as far as I know, he doesn't. But again, it's just the use variance application relates to the use, not the detail that we're discussing at this point.
I think that Mr. Beckley probably would just want to know if there would be any additional variances that would be required as a result of granting the use variance, which is a valid question.
I did notice that the zoning worksheet says not applicable, and that's not correct in this point. It does need to be updated to reflect whether it meets the habitable standards or not.
Question: if we wanted to let them move forward, could we make a conditional approval pending documentation that they're meeting the habitable space requirement?
I think that you can. Your decision on the use variance is just a question of use. So if they need right now they have a 2-bedroom apartment. They came back and changed it to a 1-bedroom apartment, or they made some design changes that would allow it to work. Then there, as a potential where it does work, and there's potentially ways where they could make that it didn't work. If they need a area variance for habitable space, that's something they would have to come back to this board.
They would have to come back.
Apply.
Okay,
Yeah, there's no point in making it a condition. It would be a requirement anyway.
so we can
Right.
approve a use variance without addressing the habitable space issue tonight.
They're gonna have to submit, as a part of the building permit process, they're gonna have to submit those interior layouts. And so, it'd be better to have them in the beginning, but they will still have to submit them in order to get a building permit at that time. We can have a review of that question. Unfortunately, I guess that question was, the record isn't, fully developed on that question from the previous approval, so.
Okay.
Right. So when if my client is required to reduce, let's say the apartments from, in terms of the bedroom count, either my client will either just, agree to do so, to comply, or come back to this board for a variance.
Right.
But in the
Right.
interim, it's just a question of allowing the actual use, which is the lower level as residential.
Again, there's a number of ways to comply with that, which include anything from changing the unit count to changing the interior layouts to, increasing the size of the footprint and to allow for more square footage on the bottom floor. There's a lot of different approaches. I don't think it's sensible to speculate too much on what your client's going to do without having those interior layouts.
So I think to Kyle's question, for tonight's meeting, we are just focusing on the use of the first floor as it becomes an apartment in the NC district where it should be a business.
And I think it would be helpful, since this board is so accustomed to granting area variances and the area variance criteria, for us to pull up the use variance criteria, which are
Right.
much different than the area variance criteria. So I'm going to share. Can I share my screen, Jaime?
Yeah, I will stop sharing. Go ahead.
So that we can really focus this discussion.
Let's do that.
Do we want to do this first or open the public hearing first?
I think let's do this first.
Okay.
Can you allow screen sharing? Okay.
Go ahead.
Got it. All right, so we have a couple new board members. I sent an email about this last week, but I understand that it's a very busy time of the year and you might not have had a chance to review. There are 4 criteria for the use variance that, since this is a new application, and while the applicant's ask might not be different, the circumstances surrounding the the facts of the matter, it has been 2 years since the variance was initially granted, are something that you should consider. Hence why we have to go through this analysis again, arguably, although I will give Mr. Spector the credit that is due, that yes, that prior decision is definitely important precedent in your analysis and is very important in your decision. These are the 4 factors that you need to consider, and all 4 have to be met. It is not a balancing test like the area variance test is. All 4 have to be met. This is a different board than the last board that this request was initially granted under, so you have your own decision to make, while you also have to consider the prior decision. So the first criteria is whether the applicant cannot realize a reasonable return, provided that lack of return is substantial as demonstrated by competent financial evidence. And you have a whole application packet from Mr. Spector, which provides, financial evidence, which is very important because this factor needs to be met with dollars and cents proof. Cannot just make conclusory statements regarding this factor. They need to actually provide the dollars and cents proof, the tax returns, the, statements from, what's the word I'm looking for? Listing agents, lots of actual hard proof that there's a lack of a reasonable return. And so it's up to you as the board to make this determination based on the evidence in the record. The second factor is whether the alleged hardship relating to the property in question is unique and does not apply to a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood. And the uniqueness has to relate to circumstances tied to the land and not to the property owner, because among other things, the use variance will run with the land. So kind of think of it in terms of that sense. So you have to figure out if the unique situation related to this property warrant this use variance. What is unique about this property, and does that hardship that they're arguing apply to the neighborhood, the district? If that's the case, this shouldn't be addressed through a use variance. It should be addressed through legislative changes. The third factor is whether the requested use variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And that's kind of self-explanatory. And the last factor, which has to be met, unlike the area variance, is whether the hardship has not been self-created. In the context of self-created hardship, you have to consider whether the property owner knew about the zoning restrictions when they purchased the property. What are the economic factors that were in play when they purchased the property? Has the economy gotten worse? Has the zoning code changed and affected their ability to develop the property since they acquired it? These are all sorts of things. If they have been negatively impacted by changes to the zoning code since they purchased the property and it's severely diminished their ability to develop it, that's considered not a self-created hardship. But a property owner is generally determined to have constructive or actual knowledge of the zoning restrictions in place at the time that they purchase a property. So that is considered a self-created hardship if there are already restrictions in place that would prevent them from developing in a certain way. So this is the use variance test that you have to apply to this case.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think that was very helpful in allowing, and moving forward for us to make a decision. I believe at this time we should open the public hearing. Kyle or Mark,
So
did you have a
moved.
question?
No, I was gonna move to open the public hearing.
Okay. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
And may I have a second?
Second, Kyle.
If there's no objection to opening the public hearing, then by unanimous consent, the public hearing is now opened. Is there anyone to speak on this issue in the audience?
We only have Bob Camille, who's the owner, with his hand raised.
And
So-
he's on already, so.
So I don't think he wants to speak. I'm just gonna lower his hand.
Yeah.
And that's it. So no.
No, okay. So may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So
Move.
moved.
Second,
Okay.
Mark.
So moved by, I don't know, I kind of heard Bob and. No?
Yeah.
Okay. And seconded by Mark. Okay, so, okay, why am I? The public hearing by unanimous consent is now closed. Okay, thank you. I was hearing myself and it was driving me crazy. All right, are there any other questions from the board?
I don't have a question, just a comment, because I read through the financials and I don't think it meets the hardship criteria, and I can explain why.
Okay.
Number one, the first reason is that your rents satisfy with profit all of your expenses. The only reason you have a net operating loss as a deduction is because of depreciation from the property, and depreciation in and of itself is not a valid loss, considering that your property is typically an asset that gains value over time. And considering this was done prior to the pandemic, our area has seen a significant increase in real estate values regardless of property size or use. Additionally, not having the owner not use it as commercial does not preclude commercial use from being a valuable use of the property. And so for both of those reasons, regardless of what the board decided before, that there has to be a reason why they're claiming financial hardship, because I don't see that in here.
Well, if I can respond, you know, I would read the findings of the board from the previous meeting, but I don't think I need to, because I believe all the board members have read it. First of all, simply covering your expenses is not sufficient. You're entitled to a reasonable return on your value, and you're not, and an increase in the, you know, which is speculative as to whether or not there's an increase in the value of the property. But, you know, if there were one, especially given the fact that there is no viable real commercial use for this property, is demonstrated due to the specifics of this property, meaning the available parking, the construction and the layout of the property and the layout of the of the parking. There, you know, it's truly speculative to say that there's a commercial use available now that was not available 2 years ago. But you know, my client is entitled to a reasonable return based on the income and based on his expenses and of the property. And we feel that we've demonstrated adequately that there is no, that there has been no change at all since this board unanimously found that my client did meet that criteria the first time around. I think that you really have to look at the specifics here and not look at this matter in a complete vacuum. As a real estate, as someone who was invested in this neighborhood, in this village, my client, obviously paid a lot of money at the time. We don't know what the property could be worth today. He's already put money into the property. He's invested quite a bit of money to upgrade the apartment upstairs, and will need to invest quite a bit of money to upgrade the downstairs unit, whether it's for any use. And that has to be considered as well as far as his investment in the property. And there is an expectation of a return on your investment. We went through it before. I've updated it and actually supplemented my submissions by including the tax returns of my clients since he bought the property, which were not available the first time around. And I think it's well known in the community as to the the commercial real estate, the weakness in the commercial real estate market, especially for property that has absolutely no off-street parking and insufficient on-property parking, and was constructed initially as a residence and remains, from all appearances, a residential property in a neighborhood which already, in an area of that zone, which is already populated by residential properties, especially the ones across the street. There's no. Sorry.
No what?
Sorry.
No what? Finish the sentence.
I don't know who started
Mr.
talking.
Camelli, there's no what? I'm sorry, you started to say something.
Yeah, we were saying what?
I think you broke up, Wayne.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, Bob started talking in the middle of you talking, Wayne.
All right, we can only talk one at a time.
We can only talk one at a time, I think.
Wayne, are you and Bob in the same room?
I'm sorry?
I'm not talking at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you now, because if you're talking and anybody else thinks on, it echoes. I'm gonna do that.
What's going on? I don't know.
Go ahead. Wayne.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish. I don't think I need to say any more on this particular point. I think I covered it, and like I said, I'm there has been no change of circumstances of which are positive from my client's standpoint since this board unanimously accepted that particular standard.
The only thing I'll follow up with, and I don't want to waste time because there's a lot on the agenda, is that one of the major reasons you cited was depreciation of your asset. So a change would be that it's no longer depreciated and gained in value. So not seeing that, that's all. I'm going on what's on paper in the packet, and I'm only one person. So if the other board members don't feel that way, that's on them, but I don't see it.
I do have one more question, and I know that though by the prior board and had allowed for the change to an apartment on the first floor, subsequent to that, and knowing that you were coming before this board, did the owner look at all for any businesses to come in on the first floor to comply with the code?
Well, as I started saying earlier, this is actually an important issue here, which is the fact that my client had actually commenced the construction and the restoration of that downstairs to a residential for residential use. The only issue is he didn't file for the building permit, and I'm going to go back and say that the law does not say you have to file for a building permit. This was a construction that was determined, not based on the actual language, of course, of a statute, which should be strictly construed. It says construction began, which my client did. So if you want to talk hardships, now you would be talking about the possibility of having to reconvert it and then start re-advertising it. So I don't think it's realistic to think that my client, during this process, since he already performed a good deal of the work on that downstairs apartment to restore it and to make it a nice apartment, should have had to go in and start relisting the property for commercial use. I think that's an unrealistic and unfair request under the circumstances. I'm not saying you're being unfair, but I appreciate your question. I just think the circumstances here are just, I don't think we're required that step to be taken, frankly.
Wayne, I just have to point out that with respect to that language in the code, that's a necessary interpretation to protect the village's interests in order for building permits to be pulled before construction takes place. That is absolutely an interpretation that is applied in all cases. If construction were to begin without a building permit, we'd have illegal construction happening all over the village. So I understand that I'm not suggesting that your client did construction on a bad faith basis at all, but this is an interpretation that I think you'll understand from the village's perspective is totally necessary.
Well,
Amanda,
I do.
I want to add to Amanda's comment there that, the code does provide for building permits to be handed out,
right?
Construction to commence in an orderly fashion. It's inferred that any construction that is, started after a zoning variance is granted is going to be done so in a legal manner. So to start construction without pulling the necessary permits would not be considered the kind of construction that they're talking about.
Listen, I appreciate that. I understand the village's reason for it, but in the real world, which, because I'm also a real estate attorney, I see all the time situations where building permits have to be issued after the fact, in particular with regard to the sale of property where people finish basements, add decks, etc. It happens quite frequently, and there's a process whereby the village actually upcharges, and most municipalities do, to issue building permits and close them after the fact, post-construction. So it does happen. It's not something that is, an oddity. People, this was something that, I obviously, my client obviously, in retrospect, obviously should have filed it, but, like I said, it's a statute and with law that specifically says construction commences. I understand you can infer things. It's true. We offered to produce evidence that construction had actually begun, and that was rejected. I don't think we're going to litigate this point right now. Hopefully we don't have to. That's not the intent of this. I'm saying that in reality, the fact is that it's quite common, and the village and every municipality does address, construction, post permits, post-construction permits and COs. We're sorry that he didn't. He should have, but it's, he did, as far as we're concerned at this point, we did comply with the law, but we're here anyway, and hopefully it's not necessary to go further on this point.
So let's, in order to move this along, I think that the best thing to do now is to go through the use variance points and bring them before the board. Let's have a discussion and see where we land.
Okay.
Amanda, do you mind just putting up the code section with the,
Mhm.
thank you.
Mhm. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't need to read them all out.
No.
Okay, so
The
if
only thing
we-
I would ask, I'm sorry to interrupt, is I would ask the board members, if they have not already done so, to please read the previous unanimous decision of this board, which does address each one of these issues. I realize you may feel, that, and I understand Amanda's point, you're treating this as a new application, but the law does say that the prior application must be given consideration, the prior decision must be given consideration. In fact, it is entitled to res judicata and or collateral estoppel effect.
you've said that before, Mr. Spector. Thank you. Let us go through the points as necessary.
Yes, I mean, the board definitely should have read the prior decision and the prior application materials.
Yes. Okay. I guess we should go through the points of the use variance and move forward.
Yeah,
Ready?
ready.
So the applicant cannot realize a reasonable return provided that lack of return is substantial as demonstrated by competent financial evidence.
I think that is true here, and it's also in part because of the particular location and building characteristics of this building. I know where it is. It's fairly close to where I am on Pleasantville Road. It's an odd location in that sense, and while the residential market has gone up in the past year, obviously with COVID and for a variety of reasons, the commercial market has not necessarily had that same appreciation. And so in my opinion, that they can't realize a reasonable return on it as a commercial property.
I'm going to piggyback on Mark and absolutely say the same thing, because also in that area are a few businesses that have been closed for a while. And it just, economically, yes, if they turn it into a two-family house, I understand Kyle's point that the overall house costs or depreciation of the house is different, but in this case, putting it into a business may or may not, they may or may not. And at this point, I would say they will not realize a reasonable return. And that has been ongoing.
I agree with Mark, exactly. The location, the lack of parking, the fact that.
And I'm going to take off the lack of parking because I believe that there is a parking area behind that building, if I remember that building correctly.
Yeah, I think that the
Correct.
applicant misspoke here. They said that there's
Yeah.
no parking off street at one point, but earlier in the meeting, they said that there is sufficient parking on site to meet the requirements for the two apartments. There is parking behind it.
No,
There's no parking variance in front of it.
Jaime, I'm sorry, I meant off-property parking, street parking. If I said on off-street, I meant I misspoke in that respect. What we
Right,
had
but there
discussed
is-
the first time around was that there's very limited parking in the rear, which would not be sufficient to support a business plus a residence, because that's would be allowed. That was what was discussed the first time around when this matter was taken up
Okay.
before the board. It's a very limited parking area, and there's no other parking options.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. And so if, can we move on?
Yeah, please.
The alleged hardship related to the property in question is unique and does not apply to a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood.
I'm going to say this one is false for the reasons you mentioned in the first, in number or letter A. If no street parking is allowed in a significant portion of the district, that applies to everybody. That's not unique to this property. If commercial at pace with residential values and you're using that as a basis for A, that is also supporting B as being false. And for just those two reasons, I'm going to say false.
I disagree only because the commercial properties that are in the area have larger parking availability, either built on site, that this property, particular property, does not have. Besides I think it's 2 spaces, I believe, which is essentially for the second floor residential use. I don't think that can support any other. I mean, I'm not sure exactly about the exact amount, but anyway, all the other businesses that are near there, I think there's a body shop that's across the street or nearby there, has a parking lot. There's a Wells Fargo that has a parking lot. There's a Citibank that has its own parking lot. There's a Chase Bank that has its own parking lot. And of course, there's the Acme and all those related stores that have their own parking lot. So because of the strange, I guess, combination of this, first floor commercial, second floor residential, I think that is unique to this particular lot.
Again, I agree with Mark.
So the hardship, and I guess the question is, the alleged hardship relating to the property in question is unique. I have to say, I don't think it's unique, because if you look within the area, it's not so much the parking, but there are other businesses that have the same issue with getting people in to put a business within their property. And I don't mean the banks, but if you look down the street, as you go down Croton Avenue, there are several stores that are closed. If you're looking in the area of the stores, some stores have closed, some are open, there are things that have been going on within that area that show that, the business end of our economy is not where it was at one point in time. And I think that in light of that, I don't believe it's unique to the area. I really don't.
Madam Chairperson, there's another aspect in the uniqueness. It was also it was in the original application, pointing out that this was.
Okay, I'm not going to go
originally
back to the original application on this one. I'm really going to talk about now. So,
Well, the same circumstance exists, which is the fact that this was originally constructed as a single family residential property, and that's what the structure is. And that was part of our application as identifying it as unique. That's my point. It's not just the parking.
I did not go to the parking. I was talking, about the business area and what we, changing the use of that first floor. So thank you. Is there any other comments from the board? No, okay. C, the requested use variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood.
Not alter anything. It's a mixed use neighborhood. I think having it be residential or having it be mixed won't change the character of the neighborhood at all.
Bob, apologies. Can you speak into the microphone a little bit better? It's hard to hear you.
How about now?
Perfect.
Better.
Good. I don't think it'll change the character of the neighborhood. I think that it's a lot better for the neighborhood to have it be residential and occupied than have half the house be unoccupied, adding to what makes our village look like we're depressed.
So, Mark or Kyle?
I mean, I agree. It is, again, it's a kind of an odd location in the sense that it is very mixed use. It's kind of almost like a checkerboard, or it looks like a checkerboard almost, in the sense if you're driving on Pleasantville Road, there's some, single family or 2 family homes, kind of right by the commercial businesses. And I agree with Bob that, in the sense that, it'd be better to see something occupied as opposed to, not occupied. And I think it would be it wouldn't hurt the character of the neighborhood, certainly.
George?
I agree with him.
Okay, so, and again, the neighborhood is very mixed, and I do believe across the street from there are apartments above, to the back and above the auto shop. In keeping with that same neighborhood. And D, the alleged hardship has not been self-created.
Somebody seems to have raised their hand, even though we had a public hearing where nobody raised their hand before. You do have somebody who has raised their hand. Is it too late? Okay.
Too late. Public hearing is closed.
Yeah. I think the economy created the hardship, and more than being self-created. I think when they bought the place, the impression I got was they were hoping they would be able to market that as a commercial space, but clearly it didn't market. So, these guys seem to be very nice fellows, but they're terrible psychics. There's no way they could have known that the COVID pandemic would just wreak havoc on small businesses.
But Bob, this use variance was originally granted before the pandemic.
Right, so the use variance was originally given before the pandemic, in light of the fact that they were having an issue getting a business. It was a very small commercial space.
Yeah.
And I believe it was a hairdresser, so she did not have a lot of clients in at one time, and the configuration was kind of off for some businesses. So and I'm going to go back to the original discussions that we had, but in light of that hardship right now, when we're talking about a use variance, has the alleged hardship been self-created? And I think that's what we need to discuss today, based on the fact that, as of now, they've already had one issuance saying that yes, they could, the use variance was changed. They did change and started construction, but they did not pull a building permit. So I think that's where we are today.
If you all require additional information or from the applicant or additional time to review the documents in the record, you don't need to make a decision tonight. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I read the documents. I read them twice. I read them when we first saw this, and I read it right before the meeting again.
So I think, well, to Bob, and I'm gonna, I think that everyone needs to kind of think about it for a minute. And I know Bob is answering, but I think I want to hear from everyone where they feel they stand, and if they're ready to vote or if they need more information.
Ready to vote, George?
Yeah, ready to vote.
George says he's ready to vote. I'm ready to vote.
Kyle?
I'm ready to vote.
Mark?
I'm ready.
Okay. I guess we have a roll call, a motion. I'm sorry, I was getting ready to do a vote.
Motion to approve this variance as written.
As submitted?
As submitted.
As submitted.
Do I have a second?
Amanda, do we have to do we have to make a vote on each of the points, or can we just vote to approve or disapprove?
I'm assuming if you're gonna vote to approve, if there's a motion to vote to approve the use variance, then that is based on the fact that you've determined that all 4 criteria have been achieved, that they've met all 4 criteria. Yes?
Then I will second that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor from Mr. Durayo, seconded by Mr. Gorechny,
Roll call.
roll call.
Okay.
I couldn't remember what to say.
Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob Dario,
Aye.
Kyle Beckley.
I abstain.
Okay. George Bailing
Aye.
and Mark Gorechny.
Aye.
So the motion carries 4 yeas and 1 abstention.
So motion carried. Mr. Spector, please have your client get a building permit as he moves forward. And he needs to, again, commence building within the next 6 months, and we will not see you back here again.
Well, I appreciate the discussion tonight, the intelligent discussion, and I guess the only thing I can say is lesson learned.
Okay,
To that,
happy holidays.
thank you too to all the board members.
there.
and-
Thank you again. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is ZBA 2021, 136, 138 to 150 Croton Avenue, AMAK Development LLC. Jaime, do you want to give us a brief?
Yes, so the application is for a 78-unit mixed-use senior affordable housing development. The building is 112,725 square feet with about 72,040 square feet as residential units and residential common areas. It also includes a 3,525 square foot commercial space for just for store, as well as some additional space for flex space. And it has 79 parking spaces spread over 2 floors, with some accessible on Prospect and some on Watson. The site is about 282 feet at the lowest point of the site, and 315 feet at the highest point of the site. So it's essentially from one corner to the other has a pretty steep change in grade. And the building also has multiple roof heights. So some of the, one roof is about at this level, another roof is at a different level. But at its highest point, the roof comes in at about, the peak of the roof comes in at about 350 feet, 3 inches, which is roughly 35 feet above the highest point of the site, and about, I guess that's closer to 70 feet from the highest point, from the lowest point of the site. So it creates a sort of a funky transition, but it's not actually, necessarily that tall. It has a weird sort of layout, which we'll go over here in a few minutes. The applicant filed this project under the form-based code, which has a build to line rather than a normal setback that this board is used to dealing with. And so under the form-based code, the project's going to need area variances for minimum habitable space for the size of some of the apartments. It's going to need a variance for maximum building coverage percentage. It's going to need parking variances. It's going to need a maximum height and stories variance, and it will need a variance from the build to line for a section of the building that exceeds that build to line. With that, we have quite a few people here today from the applicant. So I'm going to pull up the list here and start bringing them in.
So as the people are coming on, Amanda, could you just give a little rundown? And I think that at some point we'll need to discuss a little further the form-based codes, because this is something that we've not dealt with before.
I will do my absolute best since I am no expert, but the gist of the form-based code, and so it's basically 2 overlay districts that have been created. There's and Jaime can certainly also jump in as well. But it's 2 overlay districts that have been created. There's a downtown overlay district and a Croton Avenue overlay district. And the whole intent of a form-based code, if you all haven't become accustomed with the concept, is to focus less on regulating uses and focus more on the aesthetics of a district. So this was the whole idea behind, you know, the creation of the downtown and the Croton Avenue, is we want to start harmonizing the development in those areas to create a really nice frontage, what's the word I'm looking for, facade of those neighborhoods. The overlay districts have a set of design guidelines, and it's a lot of lingo that planners are really familiar with and that I have read, but it's not my wheelhouse.
So I think that's my cue to try to jump in here. And so there are 2 new overlay zones here that were created as part of the comprehensive plan zoning code updates from earlier this year. One is for the VC district and one is for the Croton Avenue district. They're both form-based codes, but they're a little bit different in terms of some of the bulk requirements. This one falls under the Croton Avenue form-based code. And so the underlying bulk requirements for height have not changed. They remain the same for the NC2 district that it was before. The underlying requirements for parking has not changed from the NC2 district. So those variances that are being requested as it relates to height, stories, and parking are fully connected to the underlying NC2 zoning district. There is some difference in between how the setback lines are set up. So normally in the NC2 district, there's a requirement that the building be no greater than 25 feet from the district, from the property line. In the district for the form-based code, that's a little bit different. There's a requirement, there's a build-to line. That build-to line has a minimum and a maximum of how far it can go back. And just overall, the form-based code really spends most of its time focusing on the visual aesthetics of the new developments in the buildings, and doesn't really, at least in our instance, doesn't really talk too much about the use. Rather, it talks about trying to integrate new developments in a more meaningful way to increase or improve the pedestrian experience in these districts. So that's why we had BFJ kind of take a look at the proposal and see where we needed to have some changes to the form-based code. And before we get too deep into this conversation, I do want to set the stage to explain that one, as it pertains to the form-based code, if this board feels like they really need to have more understanding of how the form-based code works, we can set up a special training or have BFJ come to the next zoning board meeting in January, if that makes sense. But also just sort of talk about the goals for this project today, which are essentially to take the temperature of the board and allow the board to get familiar with how the project works, the design elements of it, and get a sense of what your sort of first impressions of them, as well as have the board provide guidance to the planning board, who has to make a secret determination before the zoning board can do anything. So as the zoning board can't act until that secret determination is made, it's important that the zoning board take the opportunity to consider whether or not there's any comments they'd like to forward to the planning board that would help them in making their decision for their secret determination.
Right. And just, can I jump in really quick, Marlene? For anyone who's using the Q&A function to make comments or public, please don't use the Q&A function for comments. Please wait until your matter is called for a public hearing and make any comments during the public hearing. These questions and answers will not be incorporated into the public record.
I was going to do that too.
Thanks.
Jaime, before we begin, can you go ahead and let Joe in as well as John Fry, please?
I let Joe in already, but it doesn't seem to be going through for some reason, so I apologize. And I will let Mark Fry in.
There he is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I think that on our end, this is something that I think as a ZBA, I think the form-based code may come up more than we think in the next few years. So I think it's something we really do need to get familiar with. So I agree with Jaime that at some point we may need to, you know, have a separate meeting or a separate class. And actually, I believe that we could use it toward our credits in 2022. So, you know, it may be something that we can use moving forward. But I absolutely believe it's something that we need to sit down and take a closer look at, because I think this is going to come up more than we think. And secondly, as we're going through this, there is a secret process. So I know that, and I believe that, and Amanda, the planning board is lead agency on this.
Yep.
So they will be following the secret process. So actually, I think tonight, basically, we are looking to see if there's anything that we would like to take to them as they're going through the process. So we're not going through the entire procedure, but I do think we'll open up for public comment, and I do think that we'll probably adjourn this until until the secret process has been completed. I just want to make sure that that's correct before
Right.
we get started and
Yeah.
everybody's on the same page.
Yep. Yeah, definitely do not close the public hearing. If you decide to open it tonight, which you don't have to, you would definitely just adjourn it. And that's the plan.
Okay.
Jaime,
So-
if I may, can I give some, or Chair, hello, Marlene, it's been a long time, Michael Zarin.
Hi, Mr. Zarin. How are you? It has been a long time. Familiar
well,
face. As
yes.
same thing with Mr. Apicella.
Hi, Lamar. Long time.
Both. And haven't seen Mr. Fry for a while either. So
It's a homecoming.
So I
If I
think if
give
Mr.
just a couple of
Apicella could
opening
give us
remarks.
I believe Mr. Apicella is going to give us, or Ms. Tyler is going to give us a synopsis, and I mean short synopsis of this project. You know, as to, we know that there are issues with the square footage of the apartment size, the maximum building coverage, the number of off-street parking spaces, the build-to line, and the maximum height permitted for the mixed-use building. So, but kind of take us through the project itself.
Yeah. Well, before Jacqueline weighs in, and Joe, if I can, well, I just Michael Zarin and Steinmetz, it's good to be back for you and be back before the chair. Long history. So as Jaime mentioned, we've been now before the planning board a number of times, and have already had a series of back and forth with them, made certain modifications and discussions with them. And I think the point about the form-based zoning is a good one. I think we're your sort of test case, if you might, with really the first application. So the whole issue of what's a variance and what's not, I mean, it's still sort of interpretive when people have never applied the form-based code before. So we are here. We have I think a pretty reputable team, as you could see, and probably a lot of us, as might have mentioned, not only form-based, but this is a project that is really, if any of you, for example, were at the PACE Land Use Conference the other day, it was all about the affordability housing crisis in this country. I mean, that was the theme of it. Well, this is a affordable housing project, high quality for a very vulnerable group, over 62, affordable project, a demographic, a targeted group where there is not that much quality housing, affordable housing. So, we've come to the village, we've worked closely with your staff and the planning board to date in a quasi partnership role, in the sense of really collaboratively trying to figure out how to get to the finish line on a project such as this and provide a very needed and necessary housing program. So we know that the building inspector came out with a modified denial. So he identified 5 what he felt were variances, and all area variances from what we can see. We had put in a submission in October before the denial letter got revised in December. So we will come back to you with a point-by-point written for each of the variances, and, you know, meeting and doing the balancing test and the like, and providing you with the info. But as the chair mentioned and Jaime mentioned, we wanted to introduce you to the project during this period. Obviously, you can't take any action until the planning board finishes the secret process. But, you know, we will have a couple of meetings, couple of months, if we want to have some conversations during that time period before you can actually take a decision. We wouldn't mind running it parallel. We do know that you've received at least one comment letter from a Mr. Rehse, and we will be addressing that, and we've reached out to him, and I believe we maybe have met with him already. So we're trying to be very responsive to the community. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I know Joe wants to say something very quickly, and then Jacqueline will at least introduce you to some of the key points and with respect to the variances that we are seeking.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's well and your families are well. Marlene, it's so good to see you after all this time. And yes, we've decided to make ourselves the pioneers in the form-based code scenario here. And I think it might be a good learning experience for all of us. And we look forward to working with you very cooperatively. We have reached out to the neighboring property owners already. And our architects actually met with the gentleman, I believe it's Christie, this morning on site to address some of his preliminary concerns. We've also met with the commercial user across the street, the music shop, and I know the people there actually for many years. They happen to know my wife very well. And I shared with them and they shared with me their concerns. So I think it's important how we at McQuestion Development approach the project is really in a holistic way. We never want to be somewhere where we're not wanted. We always want to be completely transparent. And I want to also introduce the team that's here tonight. You see, of course, John Fry, Jacqueline Taylor of Nexus Creative. We have John Canning with VHB, who's been doing traffic and parking analysis in Westchester and all over New York State for 30 years. And we also have with us Franz. Is Franz with us tonight? No, but Franz Lochte is our civil engineer, and we'll be working in an integrative way on all of the issues outlined in the denial letter from Buildings Department. This project, we didn't just plop this down. We look very carefully, having built over 2,000 units of affordable housing and senior housing in Yonkers, senior affordable housing in Yonkers, our Highland Avenue project. And I would encourage you to take a look at the McQuestion.com website to see our breadth of experience. We recently built an 18-story high-rise affordable project in Mount Vernon that's fully leased. And we've done a number of projects in Brooklyn and in New Rochelle here in Westchester. This is going to be, and I'll correct Jaime, it's going to be a 77-unit project with a mix of mostly one bedroom, just one 2-bedroom apartment, which will likely be the super's apartment, and also 32 studio type apartments. And again, we've done market studies in advance. We looked at this site because it satisfied a number of our needs and the needs of the community. Number one, people want to age in place. They don't want to have to leave the community, whether it be Yonkers or Ossining or anywhere else. So this project, as we prioritize our potential tenants from the area, and we do that under the HCR program. And this is a 62 and older, not 55. The average age tends to be about 70 years old of our tenants. We're going to put in a very beautiful ground floor community space. And we're interested in working, which will be about 1,600 square feet. We're interested in working with the school district and the Board of Ed to have some sort of multi-generational program on the west end of the site at the ground floor. We're looking for on the east end of the site, again, about another 1,500 square feet. This is not a lot of retail space. We realize what the economics are for retail and commercial, but we have a number of people preliminarily that are interested in a cafe, a coffee shop and a cafe at that location. We want to enliven the pedestrian experience. Our tenants can walk easily to a number of the retail shops in the area. That makes sense for us. We have a bus line there, and we also anticipate creating a shuttle to and from the waterfront and shopping for our tenants. We're going to propose a green roof. This will be, from a sustainability standpoint, this building will be a LEED Silver or better building. This site is a contaminated site. We've done all the preliminary phase 1 and 2 investigation. We are very experienced and expert on doing brownfield cleanup, and we have applied to the New York State DEC for that cleanup. We will take on that cleanup at our cost and expense, working with the DEC as a volunteer in their program. And again, I in particular have done 5 brownfield cleanups in Westchester, and we participated and filed for the brownfield cleanup at Harbor Square over at the waterfront in Austin, and that's been done. So this is a cleanup. We look at this again, cleaning up of environmentally contaminated site, the site that was for use as a lumberyard, as a nursery, and the like. A lot of dust, a lot of debris. All of that will become enlivened with a real living and breathing habitable space for seniors that might not be able to stay in the community otherwise. They have disposable incomes. Even though this is affordable housing, we have set the AMI, the average median income, for 50%, 60%, and 80% of AMI. So it's a nice mix, economic mix of people that will be in the building. And we're really excited about it. I think this is, my humble opinion, a perfect site for this. The economics right now are working at 77 units, and the state of New York is preliminarily interested in helping us with the financing. And we look forward to working with the village and creating an extremely attractive building. And I know John and Jacqueline, who are in your hometown, would want nothing less. So Jacqueline, why don't you take it from here in terms of the detail of the building?
Yes, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us to present this evening. As Joe mentioned, my name is Jacqueline Tyler, and I'm a principal at Nexus Creative, and I'm joined by John Fry here as well. I'm going to go ahead and share screen. Okay, so I'm going to run through as quickly as I can some of the main points. I'm going to hold on traffic and allow John Canning to speak on the traffic and parking analysis that he has done in the area. As Jaime mentioned, I'm going to flip right over to our survey. Okay, so as Jaime mentioned, we have a grade change from the southwest corner down to, I'm sorry, the southeast corner down to the northwest corner of 27 feet. So we've worked within that 27 feet, and we've continued to explore different massing scenarios. In fact, I can't present it tonight because it hasn't been on the document. Based on the planning board meeting that we attended at the end of November, we've even continued to work on the massing, especially as it relates to the Prospect corner, the Prospect and Croton corner. So I know these documents show they show 78 units, but we have removed a unit in order to continue to work on the massing. And bring it into scale based on the planning board comments that we received. So we've worked within that 27-foot grade. I would like to point out, I'm just going to start with the height and then I'll circle back to the units. There's been discussion about the height of the building. What I'd like to verify is that at the top edge, at the top of the peak, which is what Ossining measures to, That is at the 350.25. So although that number is being utilized currently for the height, what we hope that everybody will start to recognize is that 350-foot elevation will rarely be realized. It's at the center of the peak. With the tiered proposition, you most likely won't see the ridge when you're walking along Croton Avenue. What we have presented, and we will continue to work with the planning department, what you see here and included in the package is we did propose 4 different scenarios. We're trying to work as well as we can with both the form-based notions to understand what approach we should be working with in order to determine the height variance. So we'll continue to work with the board on this. We have 4 different approaches. We've worked with the halo method, which is what you actually see the pink line. And I think what's important about that is to realize that pink line, and it actually is realized better in these diagrams here. That's taking the average grade off of the slope that I talked about, that 27-foot difference, because it's really difficult to determine an average grade along here or different heights, given the fact that this is such a drastically changing topography site. So we're working with the, this blue line is the average height. And so we're going to continue to work on those, but we wanted to present these tonight just so everybody understands our thought process and how we're getting to those height requirements. So back to the height, I know that it's been raised that it's drastically larger than the houses in the rear. I want to thank Mr. Christie. We did go over there today. We had our staff visit the site. We were able to take some measurements of his house. And what I'd like to point out is that although the 350.25, as I mentioned, I'm going to swing down here to this back elevation. Yes, so this edge here on the southeast corner, our eave along the back edge, actually you can see it better in this here. So the eave along the back edge is positioned approximately 2.5 to 3 feet above the highest point of the buildings located at the rear of this property. So our current height at the eave is roughly 343 feet. The average grade at the Watson Avenue side that this residence located right here is 317.6, which is taken off of the survey. The ridge line is approximately 23.2 feet above that, positioning the top of the houses at the rear at 340.8 and ours is 343. So I just wanted to clarify that point because I know that quite often the 350 is being mentioned, but that's at the center of the building. I'm going to shift from height into the units. I want to clarify. So we have presented a number of different units. We've provided the building department with a breakdown of each individual unit to confirm the habitable space versus the livable space. What I would like to clarify is that we are working off of a mix of both. We're working with the town and the habitable space, which I just want to point out to the public because I don't think everybody fully understands this. I know the board members do, but I just want to make it clear to the public that what that means with a habitable space is you actually remove the bath square footage and you also remove, for instance, closet square footage. So I want to just verify the fact that these units are actually larger and they are on par with the Westchester community standards for affordable housing. So although, for instance, it states that we're 600 square feet for required habitable, the actual livable space is 374 square feet. So I do think that's an important aspect for the public to be aware of. So we are asking, there are some units throughout that are slightly lower than the habitable area, not the livable area. We do meet those requirements. So we will be requesting variances for those. We also, as I said, I talked about the height and then the parking and the traffic. I'm going to turn that over to John so he can go ahead and touch on those as well. And John, I will pull up the parking so that you can reference it.
For Kinley Horn, our office is located at 1 North Lexington Avenue, White Plains.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, John. Can you speak louder? You're not coming in that loud and clear.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Thank you. The headset microphone works, but the earpieces don't, so I get confused. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is John Canning. I work for Kimley Horn. We're located at 1 North Lexington Avenue in White Plains, New York. We're responsible for the traffic and parking. The good news about the parking variance is it's a standard variance, so you don't have to worry yourself about form-based code on that. From a parking perspective, it's kind of a good variance to ask for, because we're going to demonstrate that we have more than the parking that's required. And therefore, if we were to build out to what's required by the code, we'd actually be having a worse impact on the community because there'd be more massing and it'd be unsustainable. I'll get into that in a little bit. As you're aware, the site is on Croton Avenue between Prospect and Watson. It was formerly a nursery, and in its days as a nursery, it generated approximately 20 trips in the morning peak hour, 15 trips in the morning peak hour, about 20 trips in the afternoon peak hour, and about 60 trips in the peak hour on a Saturday. So on the weekends, it was quite busy. It also has 4 curb cuts, 3 on Croton Avenue and 1 right at the corner of Croton Avenue and Watson Avenue. So the proposed project will be reducing the number of curb cuts from 4 to 3, which we believe is a plus, and it'll be reducing the number of curb cuts on Croton Avenue from 3 to 1, and the 1 curb cut will be one way out as shown on the plan there. That plan actually is a little deceptive because it looks like you can go out from that parking area. That's the smaller of the 2 parking areas. This is the level below. Because of the grade, we've got 2 levels of parking. The level below, you can come in and out from Prospect on the left end, park, and then when you're leaving, you can go out wherever you want. Croton Avenue exit is one way outbound only. And then on the upper level, Jacqueline, please, you go in and out from Watson. As I indicated, the nursery used to generate about 15 trips in the peak hour, in the morning, 20 in the afternoon, and 60 on the weekends. Based on the fact that this is a senior over 65 residential development with neighborhood oriented retail, it's projected to generate 30 trips in the morning peak hour, 36 in the afternoon peak hour, and another 36 on the Saturday peak hour. So with the result that the project's only going to generate about 10 more trips in the peak hour on the weekday than the nursery did, and it'll actually generate less traffic than the nursery did on the weekends. So from a traffic perspective, we're consolidating access, improving access, and reducing traffic on the weekend, and we've only got a de minimis increase on the weekdays. So we believe that from a traffic perspective, this is really not any impact at all. From a parking perspective, again, we have neighborhood-oriented retail. It's a relatively small amount, approximately 3,300 square feet. We have 77 senior apartments, and we looked at information published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They do surveys of attached senior developments like this, and they document how much parking occurred at them and how many units were in each development, and they come up with an average rate of parking. So based on the ITE data, the project is projected to generate a peak parking demand of 46 vehicles. And because it's residential and primarily residential, even though there is a retail component, the parking is going to peak overnight when everybody's home. So the industry data published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers says that this project will generate a peak parking demand of 46 vehicles, and we're providing 79 spaces. In addition to this, we have obtained data and we will be submitting it to your board and to the planning board. It is similar surveys, but they're from 10 similar type facilities located in the Hudson Valley. There's actually one from Suffolk, but the rest of them are from Putnam, Westchester, and Orange counties. And they actually were for facilities which are for people 55 and up as opposed to 62 and up. So younger people are a little more active, even in the driving front. And the average parking demand based on the 10 facilities from the Hudson Valley was 53 vehicles, again, overnight. So based on 2 independent sources, we get 53 and 46 vehicles as a peak demand, considerably less than the 79 parking spaces provided. So as you can see, if we don't need the parking spaces, then we really shouldn't have to build them. and therefore granting the variance allows a smaller building, and it works better with the whole affordability. So it's a more sustainable thing. So we think that that's a good reason for you to consider when you are deliberating the variance. I just want to make sure I've touched on most of the primary issues. We know there were some concerns about traffic at the intersection of Watson and Croton Avenue. And we will be improving the situation there. As I say, there'll be almost no increase in traffic. But right now, the curb cut from the former nursery is right at the corner. We'll be pulling it back so that it's 45 feet further back from the previous location. It'll be well over 50 feet from the street. And we believe that that's an improvement at that location. So I think in a nutshell, that sums up the traffic and parking. And once you've had time to digest this project a little bit more, and we'll be back before you, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have now or then. But thank you very much.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you speak briefly to the retail and on-street parking availability for the small amount of retail we're proposing?
Yep.
So where would they?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. So we did a parking survey, actually parking surveys of on-street parking available within a 2-minute walk of the site. A 2-minute walk of the site is something like 120 feet, I think. Actually, it's a little bit more than that. It's about 240 feet. So it was basically on Croton Avenue, down beyond Prospect to the next street. I'm not sure what it is, and up beyond Watson to the next street, and then halfway down Prospect and halfway down Watson. There were 52 parking spaces, on-street parking spaces in that location. We surveyed overnight at midnight when all of the residents would be home to see what the parking demand was in that hour. And we surveyed during the daytime on a Saturday from, I think it was like 11 to 2 p.m. to see what the peak parking demand was during those hours. Overnight, of the 51 parking spaces provided, there were 28 that were not used overnight. So it indicates that there's a fair abundance of parking overnight in this general area. During the day on Saturday, demand was a little bit higher, and we found that at the peak time of the 51 spaces, 15 were not used. The proposed retail space is projected to generate a maximum of 7 parked vehicles at any one time. So it would be 7 additional vehicles and there are 15 spaces available in the area. So it's our opinion that the additional demand will not have a significant adverse impact or a detrimental impact to the area. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Actually, Madam Chair, can I add one more thing while I'm on this sheet? If you don't mind, we will provide a written response to each of the variances, as we mentioned earlier. I would just like to touch very briefly on the intersection of Prospect and Croton, where we are asking for the setback variance. I do want to point out that along Croton Avenue here, we do have an increase in width compared to the remaining portions of Croton Avenue. So it's approximately from this intersection here, you can see this along here over past Prospect. This entire area of Croton Avenue widens out. So what you'll notice, and again, this is based on form-based initiatives, which I know you guys are still learning them, but so what is pictured here, the blue line is our property line along here. What you'll notice, we do have the curb line depicted in this dashed brown line here. The form base mentions 2 different required setbacks. So just to clarify those for you all, and we'll dive into this more at a later date. The green line depicted here is the setback required from the edge of the curb. The red line is a setback that is required from the property line. So in some instances, there's a possibility for these to cross. In our case, they do not. So we are asking for a variance. You'll see just in this corner here. We have pulled back all the other portions of the building to comply with the red setback. However, we do feel that the intent of the form base is to maintain a continuous edge. And so that is the reason we have pulled this portion forward. And as I mentioned at Croton Avenue, it does widen out there. So this pulls into that widening effect. So I just wanted to point that out, and we'll go into more detail at the next meeting regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, real quickly, one of the elements about this project is that it's really different for this board. I think it's important to understand that you've never had to deal with a senior affordable housing project. I don't think most members of this board have had to deal with a senior affordable housing project. And so a lot of the ITE numbers that John Canning referenced earlier, I think really details sort of, looking into those types of projects, 65 and over. And I wondered if it might be helpful for Joe to talk a little bit about the HCR programs and how they impact the kinds of people that can actually live in these units and how that sort of plays a role in determining those ITE numbers.
Sure, John. Very briefly, I want people to get to bed at 1 hour tonight, but essentially, we're going to go to Housing and Community Renewal of the state of New York. We have very good rapport and relationship, having financed about 1,500 units with them in the past. We're going to go to them with our program. It's a very tight number because we have to get subsidy in order to have these significant lower rents, right? So we'll go to them. There'll be a bonding issue. We get tax exempt financing for these projects. And then the rents are preset. We have no jurisdiction over those rents, dependent upon the unit type and dependent upon the percentage of AMI, the rents are set. These units will be a minimum of 40 years affordable. I hope we all live that long. Well, there's a lot of young people here. I have to be careful, but a minimum of 40 years on that requirement. And they have to be income qualified. There's a lottery. We can prioritize a local residents, particularly the village of Ossining and then the town of Ossining, but we can't show discriminatory practices by excluding people from outside those immediate areas. But what we can do is prioritize them in the process. We also anticipate, although we have not signed an agreement, it's so early on, working with your local non-for-profit, which is IFCA, which manages and coordinates and screens for affordable housing in the village. We're anxious to meet with them and to see if we can make them part of this project. We have no pride of authorship or management. We'd be happy to work with a local group that knows the community, maybe a lot better than our management arm, Cornell Pace, which is based in New Rochelle. Both myself and Rella Fuliano, Rella's the majority owner. I'm a minority owner in the project. We both live here in Westchester all of our lives. We're not some big corporation from out of the state. We care about what we do. We build and hold. We don't build and flip. If you look at all of our projects, we hold them for a minimum of 10 years, and many we have 20 and 25 years. And that's just who we are. And we're community people, we're local people, and we're going to finance it that way. We'll work with the county on IDA financing. All of these projects require reduction in the tax basis to get those rents where they're affordable. And that will be a package we come into the village with. And I understand, Michael, you can confirm for me, but the school, I think the school board also signs off on that type of agreement before we go to the county IDA.
Yeah, the consultation with the schools for sure.
Mm-hmm. And we're willing to work with them. There'll be 0 school-age children here at this project. So again, that's why when we looked at it, globally, we felt it was a good fit. I know the school district is not looking for an influx of students, while at the same time we meet a need for and have the population as they age in place and not have to relocate. So we saw there to be a good need for it. We have met with the mayor. We've met with the village manager. While no one has said we approve, they have said continue to process. This sounds of interest. So that's where we are.
So can I just chime in and ask two questions? And I think these are two questions that Kyle Beckley is actually asking, and unfortunately Kyle had to leave the meeting. But he's asking if for the secret process, if there are two questions that can be sent forward. And the first question is regarding water and drainage. Are there water and drainage mitigation efforts, and what are they? I know that that property, if I believe, is at the base of a hill coming down Watson, so and down Croton Avenue. So if there's and if you know anything about Ossining, anything at the bottom of the hill is going to pool a bunch of water during the winter months, and then it becomes an ice jam, and then the ice jam becomes an ice rink, and then the ice rink means that cars have an issue. So I think that's the question. And then the second question is for the one bedroom, is similar in type and size to the studios. So, and I see that some of the studios are small, like, and I guess, and under the habitable area required. So, is there a way to make the studios compliant to the habitable area if, you know, looking at space and you know, some of the things that you've that are in your project? It was a question.
Jack, you can respond. I will.
I don't, you know, I'm not going to say, yeah, you know, it was a question that's put out there. It doesn't have to be answered today, but,
Okay.
you know, in the scheme of answering questions, those are two questions that, you know, can be noted for our next meeting. I'd like really Kyle to hear the answers. So, you know, to just note them. I think my bigger question moving forward in this, I think to the planning board, as they're going through this process, also has to deal with not only, you know, looking at the drainage issues, but looking at the traffic study, because yes, again, it's Croton Avenue. And if you've ever been on Croton Avenue on a good day, traffic can back up between lights and the synchronization of lights. It can be very crazy. So just trying to figure out, have they looked at that part of the study in light of the movement of traffic along Croton Avenue?
We'll look at both of those issues, be prepared with professional responses.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that a SWIP, stormwater erosion control plan, has been submitted to the village. Ceci, which is the engineer, has met with Kellard Sessions, your consultant for the village, to go through that. It's going to have to conform with all the DEC and New York State stormwater management provisions. So I think that issue, you can rest assured, is front and center already for the village, and front and center for us, and it's being technically reviewed as we speak. And certainly John Canning is dealing with transportation. He'll respond to the movements on Croton and get back to you on that.
Yeah, I would only add that that's part of the secret process that the planning board is doing
for
right
sure.
now. SWIP is also part of the site plan process. So those items are being looked into, and that's kind of that's what that board is working on. So these are helpful comments, I think, that we can also take back to the planning board.
I see Mr. Durayo. I think Mr. Durayo had his hand raised.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I love affordable housing for seniors. I think that's a wonderful thing. And I think it's a good use of that space. That said, I think that when over a third of the apartments have to have variances because they're going to be too small to meet the minimums. When we set the minimums here in Ossining, we were pretty generous on the smallness of it, and giving people even less space than that is very concerning. As a senior living in Ossining and maybe having to downsize when both my wife and I are retired, I don't want to live in a space that's the size of a closet. I'm wondering if it's possible to maybe have fewer apartments that are a better size. And in terms of parking, we already have a huge parking problem in Ossining. And to have less parking spaces than you have people living in your building would be a concern. I think it would be better if you had more parking to help relieve some of the congestion, particularly if you're going to have retail space. Lastly, they just redid the zoning laws and the comprehensive plan here in Ossining. And one of the things that they did with the overlays is they set a height limit. And part of the reason for the height limit is if you go too high up without moving back your offset, you block the sun on the people across the street. And nobody wants to have their business in the dark. Also, the people behind your project, that's all residential. And what they're going to be seeing is the dark side of a building. So those are my concerns: the size of the apartments, the parking, and the effect the height of the building is going to have on the view from the residential neighborhood behind you, and the cutting off of the light to the people across the street from you. So if you guys could address that next time, that would be useful.
To consolidate that into a question, would it be helpful for the applicant to provide a shadow study?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, the planning board requested a shadow study at the last meeting at the end of November. So we are in the middle of performing that study.
Perfect.
Currently.
Shadow study is exactly right. I would love that.
Yep.
So in addition to a parking study, the shadow study, looking at the water issues, the drainage issues, and the size of the apartments, I think those are the main things that we have. But in the interest of time, I'm actually going to ask that we adjourn this discussion and not open the public hearings.
Do we need a motion to adjourn this till next month?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
So it was motion moved and seconded by George.
George, right.
I guess we'll do a roll call vote just to make it clean. All in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you want me to do the roll call?
Yes, please.
Before you do the roll call to adjourn it and move it forward, I do realize that there are a lot of things on the agenda today. But there are quite a number of people, I think, from the public that did want to speak. Even if you allowed them to speak in a limited capacity, it might be.
It's not required because they're still
It's
in
not
the
required.
process.
Next.
They can absolutely come on next month, or they can put it in writing, and we will absolutely get it before our next meeting in January. Thank you, though. Jaime.
Right. So the roll call would be Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob Durayo,
Aye.
George Bailing,
Aye.
and Mark Arachne.
Aye.
Okay.
So the meeting this particular application will be adjourned to the January 2022 meeting. At that time, we will move forward. Hopefully, and at that time we will hear from the public, but at this time we will adjourn for tonight. Thank you everyone for coming. We look forward to seeing you again in the near future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank
Good luck
you.
with the
Thank you.
length of your meeting.
Nice,
Merry Christmas.
nice to see you all and happy holidays.
Yes, same.
Okay, what's next?
On to ZBA 2521, 20 Jenkins Court.
So the applicant is trying to legalize a deck. The rear yard setback in this district is 30 feet, but due to the irregular shape of the lot, the house is essentially built on the setback line. The deck is entirely in the setback. It's already built, and so they are requiring a 13.18 feet variance.
Okay, are they here?
Yep.
Okay, who's Michael Rehse?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Okay, they have their hand raised, and if they're from the other,
Hello.
hello?
Hi, is Christine on as well? Chris
Oh,
Broda?
Mr. Rehse, you were on this project, okay.
Yes.
All right, I was like, who are you?
It is my hand. It's my
Okay,
My
thank you.
house.
I just actually saw your name on here, so glad to meet you.
Who are you? Who else is here with your group?
He said Christine.
Christine Broda. Is she on?
Christine Berta. Let me see. There's quite a few people. I have a Richard and a Chris Broda.
Chris Broda. Yeah.
All right. And
Okay, so you're up. So you built a deck, did you?
I did not.
Madam Chairman, if I may speak, my name is Chris Broad. I'm the architect. I can give you the background on the project. Mr. Rehse bought the property in February from my previous client who had hired me to legalize both their basement and their deck. So Mr. Rehse has inherited this as part of the legalization process in order to expedite the sale. Mr. Agostinelli was very gracious to allow us to legalize only the basement at the time and close that out in order to for the sale, and then that we would then proceed to do the legalization of the deck because it required a zoning variance. So here we are asking for the variance, but my previous client, you know, as this goes, says that they bought the house with that deck already built. It is relatively old in structure. There was an original patio that was built with the, that was built when the house was built in 1999. And then subsequently, some owners since then put not Mr. Rehse, put this deck on. And it is relatively low to the ground. If I may share my screen, I can give you some imagery.
yeah.
Here you can see what the deck looks like from the back of the house. This is relatively low to the ground. It's just above the patio. And there's another shot of it. Also, if you want to get an overhead view of it. Here's an overhead view showing where the deck is in the back of the house. And you can see that this property is on the end of a cul-de-sac. And it's completely not visible, the deck, pretty much except for from the garage of this neighboring property. The property behind here that you see that's pretty large belongs to the school district. And do you have any questions? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's a deck. It needs to have some repair work done to it in order to bring it to code. But other than that, it's not a substantial deck in size. It's not very different from the decks that are available at other properties in the area. In fact, here's one neighbor where it's an elevated deck. There is a pretty good hillside here.
Question, so you're replacing the deck we just saw with a comparable new deck that meets code, yes?
No.
No, we're repairing it. There's some code issues with the structure, which we're going to be repairing. But no, we're not replacing it. We're just repairing it and bringing it up to code because that's part of the legalization process.
Okay,
So
great.
to Bob's question, the deck was there from the prior owner and it wasn't an approved deck from the zoning board prior to this owner. So prior to,
No.
so the deck was put up when they bought the house, but it was never approved. So
to be honest, there's no guarantee that we know what date this was built.
Right.
The house was built in 1999 with a concrete patio. At some point in time subsequent to that, and I can't prove the date, someone erected this deck over the existing patio. They've made it slightly larger than the original patio, but it is built over the top of the original patio.
So how much of a variance is being asked for?
Well, given the fact that, let me get the site plan here on the screen. Given that the house itself, this blue line here represents the setback. The house was built to the setback. So the entire deck is within the setback.
Okay.
And it is 17.7 feet away from the property line. So that is 11 feet or 12 feet.
Okay,
12.3 feet
good. We got it.
roughly.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
Are we ready to do those steps?
well, wait, we have to open a public hearing first,
I
but
forgot.
I just have a question for Jaime because Jaime said it was 13.8 feet. I do see on their paperwork, it is 12.3 feet. I just want to be sure we are giving them the correct numbers.
So the number is calculated as the inverse of what remains. So what remains, when I was looking at it, was like 16 point something feet. So not quite 17 feet, but 16 point, I think 18 feet. So what their requirement, and I may be saying that number a little bit incorrectly, but essentially the deck may not be quite as large as the variance, but the variance extends to the edge of the deck. So the house may also be beyond the setback line as well. So it's the same. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
It sounded confusing as I was saying it, but
It sounded confusing as you were saying it too.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So do we need to open a public hearing?
So if there's no other questions from any other board members? No, okay. I may have a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved, Bob.
Second, George.
So a motion to open a public hearing is on the table. If there are no objections to opening the public hearing from the board, then the public hearing is now open. No objections. The public hearing is open. Is there anyone from the public to speak on this matter? No? Okay, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Bob and
Okay.
George.
And if there's no objections, the public hearing is now closed.
Cool. Can we
Um,
go through the steps now?
So Amanda, let's go through the steps for the area variance on this property, but I just want to make sure that we are giving them the correct number, and I'm guessing we're going by Jaime's number of 13.18.
If he's
Yeah,
wrong,
let me clarify the number because let's get that right. It was in the details, so I'm just going to open it up right quick.
Jaime, if it's wrong, you'll just have to go and move the house.
Yeah. So the referral form, I'm just pulling up the referral letter here. I'm gonna stop your screen sharing and I'm gonna commence with my own. Yeah, so the referral letter doesn't have it here. So where did I get that number from? It is the
It
survey.
would be on the
here.
current survey.
Yeah, so the survey
There
had
it
it
is.
at 17.7 feet. More importantly, the application, I believe, had a zoning worksheet that had some details.
And it did, that's why I got the 12.3, so that's why I was.
Yeah. Okay, yes,
There
it's
it is.
12.3.
So we're going with 12,
Yeah, we're going with 12.3. I read somewhere else that other number. I apologize.
okay,
I'm just trying to figure out where it was on here. It may have been the site plan.
okay.
They submitted. Yeah, so here's the site plan.
Got it.
Site plan has a zoning worksheet here that has it at 13.18 feet. So that is where I got my number from.
I
So-
believe I revised that and resubmitted that as part of the application.
All right, so
Based
I was
on
looking
the
at the wrong
survey.
zoning worksheet. My apologies.
No, the zoning worksheet is fine. It's on the drawing you have, I think, is a dated drawing.
No
You
worries.
have an updated drawing. I'll make sure to resubmit that
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
that you have it for your records.
And what's our
So-
plan number?
It's 12.3.
12.3?
So, right, so the correct number is going to be 12.3, 12.30.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's what the worksheet says.
That's what the worksheet says. That's why I was asking Jaime to clarify, so we're giving the correct.
Yeah, my apologies. My apologies. I just,
Let's go through the steps.
Okay, so let's go through the steps, but I need, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of the area variance.
No.
No, in light of the fact that this deck has already been there since, either as a slab or a concrete slab in the beginning, or as a built-in deck since the building since the building has been in existence.
Okay. The benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance.
No, this is
No,
just.
no. It's already at the sight line. They need an area variance.
At the sight line? At the
Property line, sorry.
You mean this, okay. The requested area variance is substantial
No.
No.
because,
Being that it is 12 feet, it's not, and in light of the fact that they are abutting a school district where it's all wooded area behind them, or grassy area, it's fine.
perfect. All right, the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district.
No.
No.
No, for all the same reasons.
And also the neighbors don't actually see the deck except by standing on the roof of the garage next door.
Yeah, they shouldn't do that anyway.
Has that been proven? All right, so it's not really visible.
It's not really visible, no.
Okay. And if the alleged difficulty was self-created.
No, it came with the
No,
house.
they bought it like that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, these owners did not.
They didn't
They
do it.
did not build it, right, it was purchased that way. We were just making it legal for them to have the deck. So in light of going through the factors for an area variance for 20 Jenkins Court, may I have a motion to approve this application before us?
So moved.
Okay.
Or
Uh,
question.
May I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. DeRio. Roll call vote.
Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob DeRio,
Aye.
George Bailing,
Aye.
Mark Gorechny.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion
4-0.
carried.
Yep, sorry.
No, sorry. Motion carried. Go enjoy your deck and happy holidays.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Thank
Happy
you. Same
holidays.
to all of you.
And remember, repairs, do not replace that deck. You have to come back to us.
Or at least invite us.
So no, I think that I wanna see if that's correct here, maybe Joe. I think that now that they have the use variance, they can tear it down and replace it with a brand new deck, but no, it has to not exceed the variance. Okay, I'm shutting up. All right, I got
Joe,
it.
just leave.
Drinks on the
Got
veranda.
it. Don't speak unless spoken to. I got it.
That's right.
Next.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Here's a question. Is it deck a veranda?
Can you speak a little louder, Bob?
I said, is a deck a veranda or is a veranda something else?
Why would we go into that right now?
I don't know. It just came into my head.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
That's Carmen.
Okay, so ZBA 27-2021 4 State Street is next on our agenda. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. So 4 State Street, the applicant is seeking to rehab a property and turn it into a bar tavern, a conditional use in the PWB district. The application will need a variance for the maximum building coverage and a parking variance, as the site doesn't have anywhere that parking could fit on it. And currently the maximum building coverage for that district is 40%, proposed at 87%, but it's due primarily to the construction of this new large deck on the back. However, as decks do not increase impervious coverage, the building would still conform with the impervious coverage requirements, which require that it not to exceed 60%, which it does not exceed 60%.
Is this- I know that there were some questions on this. Is this adjourned or is it on for tonight?
I think 70, the one before this might have been adjourned.
No,
Are we
there were
talking-
questions.
Huh?
There were also questions about this.
There were questions about the front, the porch. There were questions about.
Yeah, okay, let me clarify those because those have been clarified since then. So the finishing what I was saying before, as presented, the application requires a variance for 15 parking spaces. There was a design element that was shown that they were going to be taking down the front porch. I spoke with the applicant. The applicant can explain today they are not going to be removing that porch. Rather, they're just going to repair it. It appears that it was inadvertent that they placed on the plans that they would be tearing it down and replacing it with a new one. So they need to fix the submission of those plans, but they're not going to be doing that. But they can speak to that issue. Is that if I recall, that's the only issue I think that was hanging out. All right, and with that,
And the rear porch is staying the same, or they're adding a rear porch?
they're adding a rear deck. Joe, Joe, can you speak to whether they're adding any more rear porch? I don't believe.
They're adding a rear deck and they're doing renovations of the existing building. And the question we had when we were discussing the other day was whether or not they were rebuilding the front porch, but they're not. They're just making whatever necessary repairs, like if there's a post that needs to be changed or, but nothing. They're not redoing it, because if they were building a new one, then they would need a setback variance for the front yard. But they're keeping the same porch and the same existing.
Okay, footprint.
Yeah.
So they're not making it smaller either?
No, it's going to be the same as is now.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring in JB Hernandez, who is the architect for the application, as well as Peter Chernoff, the applicant. One point of reference, I know that we've had applications for parking variances, and we've had applications for parking waivers on the planning board side. And so there's been a lot of discussion about that over the past few months. The parking waivers are only available in the SPN district and in the VC district. They're not available in the PWB district. So despite the fact that this building is across the street from an area where it is available, this property is not eligible for parking waivers, and that's why they're here today with a parking variance request. And that's it.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Hernandez and Mr.
How are you?
Chernoff.
Hi.
Okay.
Good evening. We're trying to make this. I know it's getting late in the evening, so I will, if I'm allowed to share the screen. We'll do a quick presentation of this project. This property is about 2,500 square feet, but it's located in the waterfront district. This is the current picture of the site. It's almost on the intersection of State Street and Main Street, as you can see here in this location. What we're proposing is a gastropub, which is a combination of bar and restaurant. It's a hybrid. What we're doing is taking what used to be a two-family house, and we're converting that into the restaurant. We using the rear of the existing lower floor is going to be converted into a small kitchen. There's going to be an additional accessory area for the kitchen at the lower level. Then we will have a seating area in on both first floor and second floor. And we take in portion of the second floor at the front, and the bar at the entry of the will be a two-story space. And we add in at the rear of the property, we add in, like Jaime was explaining, we add in a two-level deck that will enjoy the view shed of the Hudson. So again, to walk you through the, as you walk in, you will have a seating area, you will have a two-story open space and bar area. We have the kitchen and the deck in the back. And at the second level, you will have a mezzanine and a little seating area that will lead us to the deck. In total, the approximate size of the building will be about, including the downstairs, is about 2,200 square feet. This is the original, we're keeping the original design. We are changing the siding. We are maintaining the original porch, as George was explaining. This is a side view of the project, and this is the a rear view of the project as well. And this is where, you know, some of the design idea that or concept that we were working with. As described, this is located in the waterfront district, but this lot, everybody is familiar with, this lot is closer to the VC districts in the downtown area. And well, the bulk regulations for the waterfront are more designed for the larger lots along the Hudson. This would be in a 2,500 square feet lot. It creates, you know, deficits in a lot of bulk regulation requirements. A lot of them are existing non-conforming, but when it comes to parking and lot coverage, that we will require a variance. Now, given the size of the lot and the size of the restaurant and bar with 40 seats, we're gonna need about 15 parking spaces. That's a requirement, that's the variance that we are looking for. And the memo that we provided, as we explained, when it comes to the four issues that we need to address, we talk about the will this be an undesirable change in the neighborhood? It's improvement. This is an abandoned house. It will be repaired. We will be replacing the siding with hardy plank. We will be replacing all the windows. The lot coverage increase that we are proposing is a two-tier deck that is going to be with a view of the Hudson. So that's a improvement. Right now it's an overgrown shrubs that we will be cleaning up to do that. And
if I can interject,
Yeah.
because we're double heighting part of the building, we're in fact not even using the existing square footage of what was the house. We're actually reducing it at that point.
Yeah. Also, based on recent parking studies, some projects similar to ours, like we mentioned in the memo, and some that were done on behalf of the village. There are two things that come into our attention. We wanted to bring it to the board's attention is that while all parking seems to be in deficit in this area, there is underutilization of the street parking. And this area is marked on those parking studies of being, between 50 and 60% utilized. Also that, as you see here, we have two public parking areas very close, is within 1/10 of a mile, about 600 square feet. So it'd be easable, walkable area parking if it's needed. So within any walking distance, about a 6-minute walking distance of a restaurant and bar, it will be enough parking when it's needed. How we can achieve this through an alternate method feasible to applicant. I mean, due to the size of these lot, we cannot provide any parking on the lot, and there is no way to access the rear to have parking. Again, if the variance that we request substantial, we ask in the hardship. This is all created with the fact that this is the location of the lot is more congruent to being part of the VC zone in the downtown area than with the waterfront district. So all these requirements and bulk regulations, again, are not feasible to be met on a 2,800 square foot lot. And also, how this is going to impact the neighborhood. I think that this will be having another bar restaurant in the downtown area along Main Street. There's a connection to all these other businesses. It's a definite improvement to the area. And also, I believe that we have substantial support from neighbors and village residents about our project. And I don't know, Peter, is there anything that you want to add to?
If I could just bore you with a sort of larger thought, it's that what I'm trying to accomplish ultimately is the connection of the waterfront to the village center. We have a substantial dead zone where, you've I'm sure all walked it. And if we can get 4 State Street done and 65 Main Street done, the village center starts to extend down towards Depot Plaza, and it starts to fill in a way that you're not at Depot Plaza and nothing, and then village center. There starts to be some continuity. I don't know that the zoning presently addresses what I'm saying, but anyone who's walked it or driven it, I think you understand what I'm getting at. And this would be the first step towards that, I suppose.
Are there any questions from the board? Mark?
Did you include the parking studies that you had referred to in your application?
We did refer to the memo of this parking studies. The parking study is part of the village website, both parking studies.
Right, one parking study was actually commissioned by the village, and one parking study was commissioned by the prospective developers of 14 Water Street, and has been submitted and is thus part of the public record.
So the parking study that you have is actually for 14 Water Street and not for this particular property?
We'll make reference to it because it is in the public record already.
Okay.
We're not claiming to have a parking study for our property. What we're saying is that, parking studies that zoning and planning have requested from similar projects, and also for the village have requested from consultants. One of them, I think, was finished in July, that those two items seems to be, those two issues seems to be repetitive, that there is a underutilization of the street parking, and also the proximity from the two municipal lots at in the intersection of Spring Street and Main Street, and I think it's the Academy and the Spring Street, to our project also is within 500 feet, I believe 500 to 600 square feet, linear feet to the project.
Okay, so I guess, and again, because I frequent that area and live near that area, in lieu of the fact that we now have a daycare center in the middle of that block and other businesses that have now started, are quite busy during the day. I know on your application, it doesn't give times of when you would be open or when you would be there, but I would be hard pressed to think that now there's no parking or that parking is available, because when you drive down that street currently, parking is quite busy, and very, very, very busy.
Well, I would argue that the parking down Main Street in Secor day and night is actually quite empty. As you go down towards the train station, that stretch right there is always empty. The parking study showed as such as well.
You're proposing more parking on Secor Road and Lower Main Street versus on State Street in front of near the building?
If State Street fills up, there's certainly ample parking down there, sure.
I don't know. I live on Hunter Street, which goes right into Secor, and I'm up and down there every day, as is my wife, and it gets the overflow parking from the train. So
Yeah.
if you did your study during COVID, when nobody was going to work in the city, it was empty. But now that everybody's back to work, parking's at a premium, and the overflow extends all the way down Hunter Street now. So I think you need to rethink that.
I think that's my issue now too, is that the parking in that area is starting to fill in more and more. And I think that you would, again, 2020 was a different look at that area. 2019, 2018, there were cars that were parked there because it was walkable to the train station. So people would actually park in those areas because they could actually walk down the hill and not have to pay for parking. So if we're turning back to that area where people are starting to take the train back into the city, and looking for means to get to the city, you may want to think, outside of where people would be able to park. And I'm not, not saying that the lots here aren't accessible, but I think that depending on the time that you would be open would really make a difference. And it's not really, it just says to be determined on your paperwork. So,
well, we're of course primarily going to be in the evening use based on what we are as a business.
Right.
We have submitted our requested hours of operations and planning.
And then you have to think about employees. Where would they park during the day if they were coming in to set up, to get things started? I think that I know that there's required 15 parking spaces, but I don't know, I think in my head, more. Or that you will be looking at more.
Is this just a bar or is it also a restaurant? Are you going to be serving like lunch and dinner? Because people are
We're
staying.
gonna be serving some food, limited stuff, probably more small plate oriented.
Yeah.
So the reason why we make reference to it as a gastropub is, it's not going to be, all hot dogs and French fries, but it's going to be, interesting food, but, consistent with what you would see at a gastropub. So more sort of small plate stuff, not really a full dinner sort of scenario.
Limited bar.
If you see the plans, we don't have a huge kitchen to kind of do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If there are no other, Mark, did you have a question? I see your.
No.
Okay. If there's no other questions from the board, I believe we should make a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second, George.
So, moved by Mark, seconded by George. If there's no objection to open a public hearing, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone to speak on the public hearing on this particular application? And I'm getting a no. So if there's no one to
Wait, there is one hand raised. We have a Regina Lewison. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their name right. Regina, you have to unmute yourself. Regina, if you could unmute yourself. Going one. Oh, there it is.
Okay, great. It's not Regina, it's James Spinker. I live at 33 Hamilton. And other people, and I've lived here 15 years. If everybody walks past there every day, so do I. I mean, I've walked by that place when it was just a total eyesore, second only to the factory building that was on State Street. I don't agree with the people who think that there's going to be a parking shortage. Because I think there are a lot of the parking lot in front of the post office, is certainly open in the late afternoon. And I think, so I don't really think parking is going to be that big of an issue, even with the school going on. But most of all, what I'd like to say is that, so I've lived in Ossining for 15 years. I've also lived in other Hudson Valley towns, Hudson River towns. And the downtown in Ossining, in my opinion, is the least diverse and the least interesting of any of the towns. Also, the business district is at this point is not at all connected to the train area. I doubt there's anybody at this meeting who walks that hill more than I do, because it's part of my exercise. I don't see very many people on that hill. And so I think if it is possible to connect them, and if his other property is 65, I'm not exactly sure where that is. If that begins to have that happen, I think that's also a very rich incentive for improving this project. But most of all, as I said, I just, as a person who's lived here, I just think that would help the whole area, and the argument that it's much more part of the business district than the riverfront is overwhelming. I mean, it's, anybody would just say, sure, it's the business district, not the waterfront. So I'm as a resident, longtime resident, I'm very in favor of it. And if there's going to be a discussion about parking, I think people should really analyze it very closely, because I don't necessarily agree with all of the other, and everybody's just stating their opinion. I don't agree with other opinions that have been stated. But I do, this is the first time I ever watched a meeting, and I find it very interesting. I just joined the board at IFCA, and I joined it partly because I'm really interested in housing issues. And I think you all do give very serious, good consideration to the issues that come up. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on this issue in the public, Jaime?
I'm hopeful that you've all read, I mean, there are a number of letters of support that were sent in. It is, I'm sure you understand, hard for people to wait for whatever time it is at this point to speak. So I asked people who were interested in supporting it to just write a letter and send it in.
There are letters on the website that are accessible to the public to read in support of this project. So yes, those letters are there. I think at this time, if there's no one else to speak on this project in the public, I would like a motion to close the
Motion to
I'm going
close
to
the
ask for an adjournment of the public hearing.
Motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Second.
And if there's no objections to adjourning the public hearing, I would like to adjourn the public hearing for the sole reason of, in order for us to really get a handle on going forward with the parking issue, I'd like to see an up-to-date study that addresses the issue in this area and not from, and one that's current. I think that would make it a little easier for us to make a determination. And if, that is okay with the board, I'd like to adjourn this.
Motion to adjourn for the January meeting.
Second.
Wait a minute. Wait. You need to finish your motion to adjourn the public hearing first.
We did that.
Oh,
No, you just
You have
did a
to-
first and a second.
Oh,
a
I'm
second. So if there's no objection to adjourning, then the meeting, the public hearing is adjourned. Okay. Sorry.
now a motion to adjourn this case till next month.
Looking for an up-to-date parking study.
Right.
Parking survey.
Yes. I think the other areas that you're asking for, I think are kind of straightforward. I think there's just a question that I think it would just make the board a little bit more, because you're asking for us to all 15 spaces because nothing can go on the property. I think it would be easier for us if we had an up-to-date study and something that was more in line with this property.
So we have a motion to adjourn, Bob, and seconded by George.
So there's a motion on the table. I think we need to take a roll call vote.
Okay.
Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob Dario,
Aye.
George Bailing,
Aye.
Mark Arechny.
Aye.
Great.
So we look forward to seeing you back in January. And I know that's, maybe not good holiday cheer, but happy holidays. And we do look forward to seeing you again. And hopefully we can get, at least if we have something that's a little bit more concrete and something that we can see, it would, enable us to make a good determination on this property.
Okay.
If this gets done, it gives me an incentive to take a walk.
Hey, me too.
Could be our new local.
Hey, yep.
Walking and talking.
Walking and talking. Okay, we are up to continuing business of the board. 29 Birch Court, ZBA 14-2021. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Happy
holidays.
Happy holidays. Carmen Davis is the owner. Are they present?
They are present. I am going to talk about the application a little bit first. Let me just move some panelists over. Because they'll be back here in a second. So there's a few notes that I want to tell you about the project first. So number one, just to kind of get everybody back up to speed, the applicant is seeking a side yard variance. The site is subject to a special side yard requirement under the cluster subdivision. So I think we've been talking about this project as if it's a traditional S100 district. It's a little bit different. Several years ago, when this development was first thought up, they applied and received a cluster subdivision, which allows essentially allows the planning board to set special side yard requirements. So traditionally, I think that the requirements here are like a 20 and 40 foot, single side yard and combined side yard requirement. The subdivision, the cluster subdivision regulations require that it has a 10-foot one side yard and a 25-foot combined side yard. That does affect what they actually need here by way of variance. And so in order for the application to move forward, they're proposing a carport that would require a 10-foot 1 yard variance and a 6 feet 6 inches combined side yard variance, which you may notice is a little smaller than the single side yard variance. That's due to the fact that both sides are almost equal. One is about 14 feet 6 inches, the other is 16 feet. The applicant has proposed to the planning and building department that they earlier last week made a request sort of suggesting that they may not be subject to the need to request for any variance due to a definition in the code potentially defining accessory structures as structures that are attached or unattached, citing section 162-4 of the Housing Property Maintenance and Building Code. However, this board is in charge of reviewing matters as it pertains to section 270, the zoning code, and therefore that section does not apply. And the view of any attached structure as part of the principal structure by the building department is a long-standing past practice and has been consistently applied. The applicant has also presented an alternative option that is an attached structure that would not require a variance. I would note that review of that option is not in front of this board, as it does not need a variance, though one of the balancing test questions is obviously, can this benefit be sought by the applicant? Can the benefit sought by the applicant be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance? And so the board may want to ask the applicant whether this option is considered a feasible option, as they have presented it on several occasions. The applicant has also asserted that they are not subject to the SWIP requirements, which is an accurate statement. They're not required to supply a SWIP, and in fact, we did not ask them to provide a SWIP. However, the board does have the right to implement reasonable conditions in order to mitigate potential impacts if they deem fit. I think it's important to keep in mind that these would only be conditions of an approval, and that the applicant would not need to adhere to these if they decided to move forward with an alternative that does not require ZBA approval. And so with that, want to bring in the applicant. We have a few different people from the applicant here. We have Robin Sharp. We have Stephen Crutchman. And I think we have SKAPC host. So I'm going to bring all three of those in. If there's anybody else from your group, please just let me know and I can bring them in.
Hi, Jaime. It's Stephen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your forward to the remarks. I would like you to, if you could, you offered to get Robin, I see here, Fred Rodriguez. He's a good set of ears, and we work together on the project. I want to move quickly because I know how tired everybody is. I've never had to wait so long in the previous two submissions, so I really appreciate now what you guys go through. So thanks so much for your attention. We had our last submission was a couple of months ago. We missed a month because we uncovered a bunch of information, especially about the clusters, and that was all through the research that we did, the FOIL reports that we didn't get at first, but now we have. I want to remind everybody that regarding the two applications, we do want you to consider it because we're choosing once again the harder way to do this. We're going for a variance for what we think is a much better, attractive building that's more compact. It fits the neighborhood and the original design better. I know these are architectural review board issues, but if you don't give us the variance, then we can't get to the review board. And we don't want to do a detached carport, although we could. And the reason we are in the business here of trying to get these clients a carport is that the house that they bought, and they knew this going into it, has an undersized garage. It's advertised for 2 cars, but if in the future they're an aged couple, aging couple, and they want to have handicap access with a covered roof for snow and winter situations. So the garage that's existing is only big enough for 1 car, and they want the second car to also have handicap access to be able to go in and out. So that's what started this project, and that's why they hired us to get a carport or a garage for them. We're recommending a carport because it looks lighter, and also the scheme that we're proposing is a little more expensive, and obviously it takes much longer and more fees and etc. But we think it's a much better scheme, like we said, and it'll affect the neighbors less. I know there's neighbor concern about the closeness, but the other scheme, which we'll show you again from a different view, is not as nice. So we would like to address some of the concerns we heard from the neighbors in the previous meeting, and one is about the property lines. Robin will screen share in a second, but I'd rather not have the screen at the second. I just want to go over the 3 points. The property lines, we'd like to go over the engineering for the drainage that our side did, and the drainage report, the engineering drainage report that your side did in reaction to ours, and the data on that. And then we'd like to go over those dimensions of the area variance that we're requesting. Those are the things that we would like you to look at. Once again, I think this will be the last time that we get an opportunity, I'm assuming, because it seems like so many of the facts now have been ironed out, and we were able to, fortunately, thanks to everybody, do all this due diligence for this project, which seems very small compared to the big multifamilies that are going on in Ossining just before us when we think about the little variance we're asking for. Robin, do you mind? Thanks for staying awake, Robin. Do you mind? Do you mind screen sharing? Okay. Once again, can I can talk? I can use my annotation, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. On the left-hand side would be the as of right carport, which shows the 5-foot setback on the side yard. And we can do this as of right. It's detached. It meets all the requirements. Both schemes meet the requirements, and they're in the red there. They're less than 30% required of the side yard. There's a slide that shows that. It's 5 foot. It's 5 foot from the property line. And what's also important, I want to underline again, is that these carports are 80 feet from a full 80 feet. I mean, it's at the back of the house, and so when you see it from the street, it's quite small. It's not like it's way up in the front. And the building that we're proposing is on the right hand side, the one that we like the most, and that has only a corner touching the 5-foot dimension, and then it slopes back as you go back, and you never even see that. So I've made these points before, but now we have more data, and we feel even stronger that we would really like the board and the neighborhood to understand that this is a question not only of, it's not really rejecting the variance. It's really a choice between two buildings and which is the better scheme. And for sure, the better scheme is the attached one. When you see the roof lines, a detached scheme is not aesthetic. The lot is too small for a detached building. If we had an acre lot, you know, it would be cool to do this detached carport and you'd never see it again. But that's not. It doesn't look good. The more compact version is better. The next slide, please, Robin. Okay, I wouldn't move fast. I know we have a lot. Next one, Robin. This is what we uncovered. This is the highlighted scheme. The highlighted lot is lot 2 of 19 lots. The next scheme. Notice the highlighted surveyor. I'll mention that in a second. Keep going. At the bottom left-hand corner, the Matthew Noviello. Then what we have is which is enlarged on the next sheet. Our lot, which is number 2, next to 1 and 3. 1 is Elaine's lot, and what it shows is that what Jaime was saying is that every lot is non-conforming. There were bulk and variance issues. Requests made on every single lot to get the smaller, to get a squatter house on a narrower lot. Keep going, please. It's a very attractive development. And
So the bulk requirements are consistent across the.
I can't hear you, Jaime.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, now you got an echo. Should I unmute or should I mute?
Mute yourself real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just want to correct that a little bit. There are a unique set of bulk requirements here, but those aren't variances. So it's not like there was a variance to allow that building to be there. There still is a side yard. There still is area between the side yard requirements and where the building is as well. So it is not a set of variances that all of them have. They all have the same consistent bulk requirements. And that's that special bulk requirement that he's pointing out. Under the cluster subdivision here, I think you can see it says the side yards are 10 feet, single side yard and a combined side yard of 25 feet.
Thank you very much. Okay, keep going. Next scheme, next slide. I mean, I think Jaime has already explained this. Keep going. That we don't need to inform the board about the cluster development. Although we put this together because we had a feeling that there was a cluster, and then this was confirmed through the research. Okay, keep going. I don't think that these points are relevant anymore, and I don't want to spend time on these. These are just saying that you approve this, and it went through all the proper procedures. Keep going, please. Okay, this is our zoning worksheet, which is now able to be modified because the bulk requirements now are updated, and so that our proposed numbers are less egregious, and so that we have hardly any variance numbers requested, and that we meet the lot coverage or the impervious coverage and the building coverage, etc. And we also meet every aspect of, on the bottom right hand corner, every aspect of the accessory buildings. Sorry.
So what they're showing you here is a zoning worksheet table that is premised off of the idea that a attached carport is an accessory structure and not part of the principal structure. As I mentioned earlier, that has never been the view of the building department. That has never been practiced before. And the section of the code that they're citing is not the zoning code, but the housing building maintenance code, which does not apply in this instance. And so it's the determination of the building inspector that this is not correct, that an attached carport would be part of the principal structure and would not be considered an accessory structure.
And that separate analysis there on the right-hand side as to whether a detached structure is actually compliant with the separate as of right requirements actually needs to be verified if that's ever something that it needs to be. If that's ever something that's actually proposed, that needs to be verified by the building inspector. But that goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Joe has been clear up to this point that the accessory structure needs to be 5 feet away from the property line. But that's different from the primary structure setback.
So once the building is attached, and this has been something that we've discussed for a couple of months now, that if they put the carport attached to the building, it now becomes part of the building itself, the house itself, and it is counted within the framework of the house. If it is not attached, then it is a separate structure and it is counted within the rear setback or the side yard setback in a different calculation or looked at in light of the area that it is in. And I just want to, I guess, make it a little bit more clear. But I think the bigger question that I have, and I think that we keep trying to figure out, is the calculation in looking at the carport as a separate structure, also looking at the area of the side yard as it pertains to the pergola in the back. Is that area total number combined with the structures that are already there, or would, or combined with the structure that would be built subsequently? So I think that, are they, because they keep saying they could do it as of right. So the question is, can they do it as of right with the pergola in place? Mark, I see your hand is up.
There's 3 or 4 comments going on. I don't mean to interrupt Mark, but I think we have to deal with these one by one. Is that okay, Marlene? Or I thought I was still presenting. Sorry, I didn't know.
I know you were, but let me just hear from Mark for a second.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I'm sorry to talk over you. Jaime, you pointed out, and we agree that 162 doesn't apply, or it doesn't really matter. I don't think. But Joe, as far as Amanda, what Amanda is saying, we have given these calculations to Joe, and we have the information right here. I think that should be very clear that as of right structure, that a carport freestanding works in that location, but we're not recommending it, but we keep putting it here because we want to make sure that this is not done in isolation, and that there's a responsibility, we think, to try to get to the best quality proposal if there are alternatives, and the variance requirements talk about alternatives that we could do another one, but it's not a good one. And as far as Marlene is asking about the pergola, the shed, everything is taken into account, and everything can be everything still complies. I feel I'm getting the sense that you want to. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I get the sense that you want to vote on this in isolation of the as of right detached scheme, and I just think that's a mistake. Okay, but I've said this before. Is it Mark? Is it okay if I go to the next slide, or do you want to?
That's fine. I have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Robin. Let's keep going. I wanted to make a point because the neighbors have accused us of fooling around with the the dimensions and the lot lines. And we wanted to make sure that you knew that Matthew Noviello was the original surveyor of the development years ago. And we hired him again to prepare a brand new survey. And he showed us that the fence that was built and shown in red here was inborn of the property. And we might think that this is irritating. This fact has irritated our neighbors in some way, because our clients wanted to take down the fence and rebuild it on their own property line, which I think they have every right to do. And the inspector came out and seemed to think, although we had never received any paperwork, that we built it incorrectly, but he didn't have access to or didn't ask us for the survey. And as usual, the fences get a footing, and we don't want any. We built it 1 foot plus inborn of the actual property line, so that the footings, et cetera, would all be on our property and nothing would ever be touching. So keep going, Robin, please. And then this is an aerial view that's old, that had an old pergola and an old porch prior to our time, but it shows the white fence inborn of the red actual property lines. And we made the comment that the neighbors, Elaine's on lot number 1, you can see it here now, and you can see in some stake drawings that property has an unfiled and enlarged, and therefore illegal, according to the FOIL records, driveway extension, which probably exacerbates any potential water issue. Next, but that's a separate issue. Next, please. And this is just circling and showing an actual photograph. It's hard to see, but I'll just draw it in here. This is the actual surveyor. We paid him to put in stakes. He put in 5 stakes that go all the way down here, and there's very little line here that's a line that relates to the stake line. But you can see that this is not 4 feet from the property line. Keep going. And this is what it looks like now. We want these cars, we don't want these cars to be in the driveway. We want them in a carport. This is 80, that pergola is 90, 100 feet back. The shed is back. Keep going.
Board and to the board chair, we do have quite a bit of stuff to get to. Unless they're presenting new information, I think you should consider whether or not, they continue to talk about stuff. I think it's important to hear new information, but unless they have new information.
Okay, here's the last 2 images of the new ones. Okay, keep going. Show that. That's what we're proposing, the attached one. That's the as of right one, which we think is a foreign looking structure. And if you just leave on the last one, that the previous one is the one that we're really recommending the board give the variance for, that one. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know about the 25.
I had a question for Jaime. I haven't found a definition of accessory structure in the zoning code that says that there has to be attached to the principal structure, or that has to be detached from the principal structure. And if anything, I've seen in other.
I think that we can have this conversation offline tomorrow. But as I mentioned in my email earlier today, in the meeting earlier today, Joe's referral stands. It's past practice, it's long practice, it's certainly what's been explained to you the entire time that you've been going through this process. It's been that way for as long as anybody can ever remember.
But if it's not in the code, then I don't understand.
That's a question for tomorrow. You have a zoning application in front of us. So I think if you want the board to
Wait, I'm sorry. Steve, can you please mute so that we can hear the conversation? Thank you. Jaime, would you please go ahead?
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a zoning variance application that's been presented to the board. I think it's, it's up to the board to make a determination about whether they want to, carry this over or they want to take a vote today. But at this point, it's kind of up to you. I understand your assertion. I went over your assertion to the board here today. I don't think there's any sense of relitigating it. That's the determination of the building inspector.
Sorry, I didn't mean to delay things.
Okay, so I believe at this point, we did adjourn the public hearing. So
Motion to adjourn the public hearing?
No, I think we have adjourned the public hearing, so the public hearing has been adjourned. But if there's anyone in the public that would like to speak to anything new on this project, that is here, that we, Jaime. There is, okay.
Speak
All right.
now or forever hold your peace.
Right.
Should we make a motion to?
Is there someone here to speak on this? Yes.
Can you
Okay.
move to reopen the public hearing?
May I have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So move, Mark Rechny.
Is there a second?
Second.
If there's no objection, the public hearing is now reopened. It's Fred.
Hold on, I'm sorry. The person just lowered their hand.
Okay.
Hold on, I may have inadvertently lowered the hand for them. Now there are two people. All right, hold on. We have Elaine Graziano.
Okay.
Elaine, you can speak.
Hi, it's Elaine Graziano. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Yeah, I wasn't actually planning on speaking tonight, but there's just two things. One is a question and one is a comment. I do just want to say that at no point did I ever question or was I upset. I was surprised by it, but not upset and not irritated at all by the fact that that fence was moved. I didn't know that that fence was on the wrong property line from the time I was advised of it. I mean, it is what it is. That's their property. They have the right to move their fence to that
Okay,
point.
so at this point, Ms. Graziano, we're not discussing the fence. I thank you for that comment. But if we're going to discuss the carport, I'd like to hear about any issues. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Okay, and then the only thing I have is my concern continues to be about the drainage and the appearance of this and the closeness to my property line. It has been from the beginning. And I do have a question. I find it kind of curious that the new structure, the unattached proposal, is not in the same line. Like, why does it have to be the entire thing on the property line? And why does it now all of a sudden have an entire closed side on it when the carport was open initially? Those are two changes that were made. And, the architect keeps mentioning that the better one, the one that looks better, would be the attached versus the unattached. Well, why is the unattached one not at the same angle as the original one? And why are they proposing it with one closed side, which makes it more like a garage than a carport?
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak to this issue?
So I'm gonna go ahead and take Ms. Graziano off real fast, but I just do need to note that the applicant has proposed an as of right as it pertains to zoning variances, but not as it relates to VAR approval. So what that looks like is a matter for the VAR to discuss down the road. So it is still, if they decided to go down that path, they would still have to go to the Board of Architectural Review. And they would have to discuss that with them.
That's correct.
And I also wanted to mention, I'm not sure if I heard it incorrectly, but the way that they proposed the as of right structure would be that it would meet the accessory side yard requirements, which are 5 feet from the property. And as far as I can tell, that's how it was demonstrated on the plans, and that's all that they're proposing.
Okay. So, Joe, do you have anything to add?
No, the only thing I would say is, I mean, they refer to it as of right, but there are other factors. So, you know, we'd have to do a calculation to make sure what's the percentage of all the structures in the side yard, because there is a maximum 30% of the yard that you can have structures. So they may meet the 30%, but we'd have to calculate it to make sure that, you know, there isn't any other variance if they decide that they're presenting even a detached structure.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, we showed the 30% calculation on the sheet.
Ultimately, it's up to the building.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether you make that.
Yeah.
But the board, can you mute yourselves? Thank you. The board is aware that the actual proposal that's before you is the attached structure. The detached is not on the table right now. That is just for comparison purposes. And we should clarify what the actual variances are that are being requested, because you need to know that for purposes of what you're what you're considering granting or not. So we don't have an updated zoning worksheet from the applicant because they are arguing that they don't need any zoning variances. But Joe or Jaime, can you tell the board exactly?
Yeah, I can. So if you give me a second here, I'm just trying to pull up the application because they provided something I think that does sort of, respond to the, to what it actually is. And I just want to show you that because that's probably going to be the most useful here in defining what what it is. So I'm just trying to pull up the right one. They pulled it up earlier, actually. Could you go back to that? Would you mind,
Robin, get
pulling
that
it up? Yeah, Shelby. The one that has the side to side.
No, not for nothing. I got
the site plan.
Yeah, we know.
not on Wheaton law, and I feel we're being that if we don't give them.
All right, so here you can see on one side, they have a 14-foot 6-inch side yard.
Jaime, Bob is
hold
trying
on
to
a
say something.
Bob, can you hold on? Let Jaime finish this and then I'll come to you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as you can see on one side, they have a 14-foot side, 6-inch. I'm going to use my annotation real quick here.
Can you zoom in, Jaime, or somebody zoom in? It's really
yeah.
hard. No, don't go to that one. That is the as of right.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. So that's fine. All right, so over here you can see there's a 14 feet 6-inch side yard, and then they have proposed a 5-foot setback here for this. So the combined yard side that they have available is 19 feet 6 inches, which means that they need a 5-foot 6-inch combined yard setback. They also have a 10-foot setback from the 15 that they're required to have on this side.
I think that the proposal is a 4-foot setback here. They're just citing the 5-foot setback for accessory structures.
Yeah, that's what that says.
The corner goes, see that 4-foot? Am I right about that?
Yes.
Yeah. The accessory structure numbers on this plan do not apply. So we're just looking at the numbers here.
Okay, so then let's amend that to a.
Right. Do you see what I mean?
I see what you mean. I'm not. I can't. Joe has to opine on whether or not they're allowed an overhang or not. I really can't say. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
So based off of the way that they're defining it, they're saying that their post is at that 5-foot setback point, and that the overhang is just a necessary overhang, but not part of the structure calculation. Whether that's an accurate statement or not, I can't say because that is.
Yeah, that happens. That is accurate because there's a section in the zoning code that allows for cantilevers to extend up to a certain point I believe it may be somewhere up to 3 feet into the, it's in actually 270-27, I believe, where it has additional supplementary information about residential districts. It actually says that you can cantilevers and I believe chimneys are allowed to encroach into the setback up to 3 feet. So they're using this as the reason why they're encroaching 1 foot. So it would go by the post. So I believe the 5 feet that they're putting there.
So the 5 foot.
I think what they wrote was a 5 foot. It was 5 foot was proposed, and the combined yards would be 19 feet, 19 feet 6 inches for both sides combined.
They need a 5 feet 6 inch combined side yard setback variance, and they need a 10-foot side yard setback. Which is smaller than what they, smaller than the variance that was in front of you last time before the cluster subdivision was, presented.
So that reference to the 5 foot setback for accessory structure, that applies?
That's what Joe just said, so.
Okay.
Yeah, they're showing that that a part of the soffit from the carport structure encroaches, I guess, an additional foot, but it says that you're allowed to encroach, I believe, up to 3 feet. So I think what they're measuring, if I'm correct, the 5 feet is probably up to the support post.
All right, so the 5.
That's the architect.
Right, but the language setback for accessory structure.
That's wrong. That's incorrect because it's not an accessory structure.
Okay, thank you.
Attached to the building.
So just to be clear, there is a 10-foot combined side yard setback that they're asking for.
That's correct.
That's correct, right?
At least we know what they're.
One side yard setback that they're requesting.
Good.
There's a 5 foot 6 inches combined side yard setback that they're requesting. It's 2 different variants.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, repeat that again, Jaime?
I didn't say anything. Bob did. It's.
Well, I said it's okay. I agree.
I know,
I'm
but
finding this to be really excruciating. And
I know, I just want to be clear on what we are voting, if we go to a vote, what we are voting on.
I get it. But the
So-
reason we're here and the reason this is so frustrating is because the applicant has continuously slapped us, insulted us with this threat that if we don't give them what they want, they're just going to go and do something they can do that's even uglier. And frankly, I've about had it with that.
Okay, Bob.
I'm angry, and I want to express that because this is not okay. Okay,
I
don't want to see any more information about what they're going to do if we don't give them what they want. I don't want to see any more of that.
I think that we want to take a deep breath, and before anybody else speaks, I'd like to, if there's no one else to speak from the public, I'd like to have a motion to close out the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing. Bob.
Another person from the public.
Oh, there is another person from the public? Okay.
Withdrawn.
We have a Frank Lavaglia.
Mr. Lavaglia?
From 11 Birch Court, real quick, because Mr. Dario basically just said what I wanted to say. I feel like this has been a switch and bait here. And what we're really looking at is the setting of a horrendous precedent and obliterating the side yard setbacks for this. So in terms of throwing up some ugly visual, if he doesn't get his way, is just ludicrous and a waste of everyone's time. I think it's in my opinion, easy decision. They haven't met the standards to be granted a variance. That's all. Thank you.
Just as a reminder that no matter what they build, they will have to go to Board of Architectural Review. So just to make everyone feel a little bit better.
Now can we close the public hearing? I'd like to make that motion to close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, so may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I just did that. George?
Second.
Okay. If there's no objection to closing the public hearing, let us move forward. I believe that we should go through the area variance test, and I want everybody to keep in mind, again, Jaime has what we're looking at, what they're asking for, and I think that we need to take this one step at a time. And I think if we go through the test, we'll be able to answer our own questions. So Amanda, can we?
Yeah. I just wanted to, I know this is painful. Are we sure that the 10-foot is a 10-foot one side yard setback? Because doesn't it leave 4 feet left on that side, or am I wrong? So wouldn't that just be a 6-foot variance?
That is not, we don't have an updated zoning worksheet, so correct, but my reading of it, which matters a lot less than Joe's reading of it,
right,
is that it is proposed that the post will be at the 5-foot setback.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the post. Okay, forget it. Never mind. All right, so it's 10-foot one side yard setback, 5 feet 6 inches combined side yard setback. That's what you're considering.
Yes.
Okay, the variance criteria. Sorry to delay.
So in order, and I also think that for the record, they really do need to provide a zoning worksheet to your office, Jaime,
Oh, yeah.
just to keep things clean, because
that would be a condition prior to obtaining a building permit in this situation.
Okay.
Okay, so whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of the area variances.
And I'm going to say this in lieu of some of what was written in the stormwater paperwork, some of the things that have been said by the neighbors. I think that I don't know if it would be a large detriment, but I think that there would be some issues that would need to be addressed in putting a structure, and I'm going to say an attached structure so that everybody's clear what I'm talking about, because that's what's before us in this area. So with this application, that's my opinion. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, and the attached structure that they want to build, I think it does not pose a problem, except for the fact that there may be a drainage issue, and I don't think we can give them a variance if they're not willing to address the drainage issue properly.
They have proposed drainage improvements. They have proposed them on one end, and they could be attached as conditions.
Okay.
And designed, if you wanted to approve it. They have also expressed that they don't feel like they should have to do that, but you do have the right to apply them. And so if you were to approve it, you could attach those as designed.
As a condition. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. If there's nothing else, Amanda, we can go forward.
Okay. The benefits sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance.
No.
So, and I'm going to say by the applicant's own admission, and I'm going to say this because they have repeatedly said this, and I believe that as of right, they could, and I'm looking at all the information that has been given to us. that there is the opportunity to do a detached carport, but that is not before us. So I think that there is another, and I'm gonna say another means of being able to do this without asking for an area variance.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. The requested area variances are substantial.
No.
I believe that they're not substantial, but they are an area variance. So.
Yes.
Okay, so the next factor is whether the proposed variances will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district.
Yes, it could have a bad effect on the drainage.
And I'm going to also say that, you know, in light of the complaints by some, I'm not even saying complaints, I'm sorry, I take that back. In light of some of the discussions from the neighbors, the visible look of the carport is not in keeping with what is in the neighborhood. Anybody else want to weigh in?
No, we agree.
I'd agree.
All right, the last factor is whether the alleged difficulty was self-created.
Yes, it was.
Absolutely, yeah. There's, you know, this is something that they would like to put up. It is not something that is a necessary.
That's correct. Get under this.
So it's a balancing test.
So looking at balancing the pros or the yeses and nos, there was, you know, they did get a yes on the area, but I think that the other side of the scale was really not weighing in their favor. So I believe that this application would be denied for an attached structure at this point. And I'm actually, you know, looking to Amanda for guidance on this.
So then you would take, if the board agrees, I mean, you would just ask for a motion to deny the two requested area variances.
Okay.
So moved. George?
Second.
So the motion has been made and seconded to deny the two area variances that are requested for this application. That does not mean that they cannot go forward with a BAR for something that is within their purview for ZBA 14/2021. And let's do a roll call vote.
Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob Durayo,
Aye.
George Bailing,
Aye.
Mark Gorechny.
Aye.
All right.
Motion carried. Have a good night, everyone, and happy holidays.
Hasta la vista.
That's it.
Okay.
Oh, don't we
On
have to
to-
approve the minutes of last
It's
month?
not
No, we
not
have
professional from you, Bob.
we have two more things on.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I was trying to move things along. ZBA 2021 70 Croton Avenue, is that still on?
We are on 34 State Street,
Oh, did I miss something?
unless I missed something. I think we're
I
on
have
34
70
State Street.
Okay, so
Yes, we
ZBA
are.
20. I'm sorry,
Yeah, 70 Croton is adjourned. You're on 34th State.
okay. So ZBA 2021 70 Croton Avenue is adjourned to the January meeting. ZBA 2021 34 State Street is up next.
I believe I have to recuse myself on that one, right?
Yes, you
Yeah.
do, Mr. DeVrio.
And that means if I recuse myself, there's only 3 people, so a vote would have to be unanimous. Do we want to approve anything? Do we want to ask them if they'd like to adjourn it until there'd be a quorum without me?
I think if you recuse, then you're supposed to like recuse even like advice on
Yeah,
that.
I think Marlene can handle this part.
Thank you. So long. I recuse.
Okay, so in light of the fact that one of our board members had to leave early,
Try to get out.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
So Jaime, would you? I'm
I
sorry.
really have, I have no notes. The applicant, I think the only thing I would say is that the applicant presented a case to 3 people, and I think we're basically only 2 of those 3 people are still here. So Kyle left, and you're replacing, you know, Kyle's 3rd person spot, and so I would only recommend that the applicant go over their stuff again, so that you can hear it, Marlene, and maybe you can tell him how much of it you've been able to catch up on, and at least to save yourself some time.
Sure. I mean, I did watch the last meeting. I heard everything that's went on. I've read all of the paperwork. So I am as up to date as I can be. So I think that if we need to, you know, move forward, I think if they're here, let them come on. If there's an issue with us moving forward, we can, you know, talk about that later.
Yeah, so we have Darius Hafizadeh, I think. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly.
That's fine, Jaime. How are you?
I'm good. And we have Jonathan Cluse.
Yes, and Alfonso on.
Alfonso, okay. Is that everybody from your group? I noticed that Barnett Lieberman is here. I don't know if he's just here watching or if he's part of your group.
He is not part of our group.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying so late. I have been keeping up with this project, so I have been watching, and I did watch the last meeting. So I do understand what has been going on. I would ask up front if Joe is still available to kind of give an update from the building department. Just to.
Madam Chair, would it be okay if I did that on
Absolutely.
behalf of the village and Mr. Augustinelli? I
Yes.
appreciate that. Members of the board, good evening. It's nice to see you all again. I have been here the whole time, but have been doing other things. I have not been watching my murder mysteries from foreign countries, which is what I tend to do when I am not here. But let me just bring the board up to date. And Madam Chair, as you said, you did view the last meeting, and there was a transcript of the last meeting. The applicant, and if I'm making a mistake, I'm sure that Mr. Chapazeda will correct me promptly. But the applicant is essentially seeking to ask this board to overturn the determination of the building inspector that construction was not timely commenced with regard to the project at 34 State Street. The board has been provided with voluminous documents with regard to this application. So I'm going to hopefully just cut to the chase so we can go through a few things here. And in July of 2019, if I can just go back a little bit, the Board of Trustees granted an extension of a planned waterfront special permit. The reason that is important is that that permit would expire in 18 months, and that 18 months would be July 17th of 2021. The significance of that is that just before July 17th of 2021, the applicant, who had recently become the owner of the property following financial problems of the prior owner, realized that what they would have to do is one of 2 things. They'd have to either get an extension of the planned waterfront special permit, or they'd have to get their building permit. And the reason that's important is because if they did not get the planned waterfront special permit, if it expired, they would lose the density which had been granted to them by virtue of the planned waterfront permit. So they needed to obtain the building permit, but they had to have the building permit in accord with the planned waterfront permit by the time that permit expired. So in early January, up until about the 15th of January, there was a lot of back and forth involving my office, involving the finance office, involving others to get the permit issued. To get the permit issued, one of the things that the applicant had to do is make a payment in essence of around $1,300,000, which included building permit fee, infrastructure repairs, and past due property taxes. One of the things that Mr. Clues did as the manager of Ossining membership was to complete a building permit application. That application, which was dated the 12th of January, 2021, identified one contractor, ASF Construction Excavation, 37 Roahook Road, Cortland, New York, provided a license number and a home phone number. The application does include a provision for a subcontractor. That, in fact, is blank. There is no subcontractor identified with regard to this project. And Mr. Clues signed the application, signed before a notary, as I said, on the 12th of January in 2021. On January the 19th, the building permit was granted by the building inspector, Joseph Augustinelli. That building permit, again, which this board has seen, identifies the owner as Ossining Land, care of Metropolis Realty Advisors, and identifies the contractor as ASF Construction and Excavation. There is no identification of a subcontractor here at all. This is important for the following reason. At the prior meeting, and one of the documents submitted was an affidavit from John Dos Anjos. Mr. Dos Anjos identified himself as essentially the subcontractor for the project. He said he was a subcontractor to ASF. But the fact of the matter is that there is absolutely no documentation whatsoever to substantiate that claim. Not from Mr. Dos Anjos, not from Ossining Land, not from ASF. In fact, I can tell the board that ASF's attorney has told me that, in fact, ASF was not even the general contractor for the project. But the important point is this. Section 16228I of the code, which is the section that the applicant is using for his appeal, makes it clear that a building permit shall become invalid unless the authorized work is commenced within 6 months following the date of issuance. The key phrase here is authorized work. Authorized work was not started here because the subcontractor was never authorized to do the work. Even if this board accepts the fact that Mr. Dos Anjos was doing excavation, a position we do not accept, but even if this board were to accept that, it was being done by an entity that was not authorized to do the work. Mr. Clues didn't identify him, Mr. Dos Anjos didn't, and the board can ask Mr. Augustinelli on every occasion when he spoke with Mr. Dos Anjos at the site, all Mr. Dos Anjos said is, I was doing the demolition and I was getting the debris together so that it could be crushed and used for fill. He never mentioned excavation. Indeed, it's important to note that the building permit explicitly says this permit is not transferable and may be revoked for any default with respect to its conditions. It's also referenced in the application. Further, section 16228J of the code says if the building inspector determines that a building permit was issued in error because of inaccurate, incorrect, or incomplete information, or that the work violates the code, the building inspector has the authority to revoke the permit. What we're dealing with here is work that, if it was done without any authorization whatsoever. If this board were to, in fact, allow the appeal and find that work was, in fact, authorized and done, what this board would essentially be saying is that the application for a building permit is bluntly not worth the paper it's written on, because that would mean that any applicant could come in, put down a name of a contractor, and turn around and have someone else do the work who was never authorized and simply comes in and says, oh, I'm going to do the work, and therefore get himself his extension of time. In considering what this board has to do, it's important to note the board is permitted in making its decision to consider what the precedent of this decision would be going forward. And that's an important fact for this board to consider. What we have here is an individual, Mr. Dos Anjos, who we acknowledge was granted a demolition contract only. He was never again identified as the subcontractor. He never did the work as a subcontractor. And if Mr. Kloos wanted to use him as a subcontractor, his name should have appeared on the application. He never told anyone he was working as a subcontractor until his affidavit comes before these folks here. So the bottom line from our position and the village's position is this. One, we do not believe there's any basis to overturn the building inspector's decision at all. Two, this board could even find that the appeal should be dismissed, because the fact of the matter is we have a permit that was issued to one contractor and someone else is coming in and doing the work. That is not permitted under any circumstance whatsoever. And as a result, there is no basis to overturn. Indeed, at the appeal conceivably should even be just dismissed. The simple fact of the matter is this appeal does not meet, frankly, the smell test. If Mr. Kloos wanted to use Mr. Dos Anjos, an individual that he knew, because he was the owner at the time that Mr. Dos Anjos did the demolition, all he had to do was put his name on the permit. He has never, ever done that. So the fact of the matter is what we have is work done by an unauthorized contractor. And again, the statute makes it clear the permit becomes invalid unless the authorized work is commenced within 6 months. Authorized work was not commenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. That was a lot to digest. I think moving forward, I'm going to defer again to Amanda. Should we just follow the normal?
In other words, what should we do?
Yes.
So in this case, well, you've never had an appeal like this before. So
No.
Let's see what, let me just double check.
Well, can I ask a question? And I know I heard what Stuart said, but I think my question really was back in July.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go to another property, which is next door. There were some issues of soil boring that had to be done because of formaldehyde issues. And see, when I tell you I know a project, I really do know a project. And in light of that, I would question whether the soil testing or any drilling was done in light of what needed to be done for another project, and was, the formaldehyde from one area to another that was being questioned. That would have been my question. But in light of what Stuart is saying, I also don't see in all of the paperwork and everything that was submitted where building took place. And I don't see where anything as far as putting up a structure or doing something to put up a structure was done on the property. And I'm not talking about just in front of the building that is there. There is a large property that abuts both James Street and Hunter Street. And I don't see where any building of any sort commenced on anywhere on the property from July to September. So that's my take on it at this point in time in my comments. So again, Amanda, I'm not sure where we land.
Well, so you have two options that Stuart laid out for you. One of them is you can actually decide this appeal on the merits, which you kind of just indicated you have some thoughts on the merits. and actually go through and take a vote and to deny it, which is a decision on the merits, or Stuart has laid out an alternative approach, which is that you shouldn't even make a decision on the merits because there are grounds to dismiss the appeal outright. This is important in terms of precedent going forward because, there could be cases that come up in the future with similar facts that having decided a case like this on the merits in the past, maybe you'll want to continue deciding them on the merits in the future. Or if a similar case comes to you like this in the future, you'll say, we've decided this warrants just an outright dismissal rather than considering the facts. So I think you need to probably discuss a little bit amongst yourselves the presentation that Stuart gave to you and what has been presented thus far.
Okay,
Madam
so-
Chair, we'd like to be heard as the applicant too today. We feel we're entitled to it. We'd like to respond to Mr. Kahan's comments that he first stated tonight after having dozens of emails with him and numerous conversations that he sandbagged us with us tonight. And it was inappropriate, we feel. We need to be heard on this, and we request being heard on the merits and on answering his questions, which were comments which were never said since we've been speaking about this project for 2 or 3 months since the appeal. It's inappropriate for us not to be heard.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that this is a discussion with the board first. I'd like to hear from the board members. So
will you not let us present? Is that your testify, your statement?
I am
I
asking.
think that at this point, she's saying she wants to hear from the board. And I think, Darius, you will get a chance to speak. It would be only fair, Marlene, for him to
I
speak.
know, but I'd like to hear from the board members first as to, if there are any issues or comments coming from them.
Mhm.
I
Hear from the board on the situation, yeah.
Okay,
think personally,
Mark?
personally, I actually think it would probably make more sense to hear Mr. Chefisetti's comments before we begin to make any discussion to hear what his response is. That's my opinion.
Talking about
Okay.
the response or what should we do?
Um,
Said, basically, I agree with him.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. So we will open the floor for, and I'm going to say Mr. Darius because I don't want to mess up your last name. And, allow him to give his comments at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be presenting, Mr. Kimchi will be presenting on behalf of ASEAN Land in a moment. I will note for the record that none of this that Mr. Kahan has stated in the last 10 minutes was ever discussed on any issue since July. Mr. Kahan did not mention that to me. There's numerous emails. And it's really inappropriate what he did. Really, it's really not appropriate, Mr. Kahan. You know it. Now, the issue here is very simple, Madam Chair and members of the board. Very, very, very simple. Did we, ASEAN Land, commence work pursuant to a building permit that was issued in January of 2021? And the answer is undeniably yes. The ninth inning Hail Mary pass by Stuart Kahan here to say that our contractor, our subcontractor who signed an affidavit was not authorized to do the work as a reason to summarily deny our appeal of the building inspector's determination, which is not based on any facts. You haven't heard or had one sworn statement from anyone to say that we did not commence the work prior to the time frame. And where do we go from here? We heard an application here before tonight about units available in the village of Austin, rental units where people can live. And that's what we're proposing. We went through years and years of approval process for this development. This development was approved by every board in the village. And now we're here on a technicality of someone that's pulled the rug out from under us at the last minute for some unknown reason. Then the village attorney comes on and speaks to me for 3 months before today and comes up with this made up analysis of why you shouldn't even listen to our appeal, it reeks of bad faith, Madam Chair. We want to walk you through what we've done. There's affidavits signed, sworn to by the contractors. There's an affidavit sworn to by the building department itself saying excavation work was started. And you mentioned there's no steel built. Of course, there's no steel put up. You can't put the steel up until you level the property and start digging. So that's what was started, and that's when the permit was revoked. So we're gonna have Mr. Kimchi walk through for you, for the entire board, as we did on the last time, in a more condensed manner. So you can understand what we need to do under the code, what we did do, and why the permit should be reissued. Alfonso, if you could walk the board through.
Sure. Can I share my screen? Can I just click on it? Is that okay?
Yes, you can.
Okay, you see my little slideshow here, the cover page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool, thanks. All right, well, thanks, everybody. I know it's late. I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible, but so why are we really here? This project received a permit in January, as you've heard. The building department revoked that permit via email on September 15th without any prior warning or discussion. The email from the building department alleged that earthwork and foundation work for 3 new apartment buildings authorized by the permit had not commenced within 6 months of the issuance of the permit. As you may know, there is a village code that requires work to commence within 6 months. The decision of the building department came as a complete surprise to us, as the building department had never notified us of any concerns, and we had taken careful steps to ensure that we had met the deadline. In fact, we had even received written confirmation of that fact from Mr. Kahan, who's speaking to you tonight. So we're here tonight because Mr. Kahan had requested that we go through the ZBA to seek the reinstatement of our permit. So let me go forward here and show you quickly. So let me just remind you all of what's at stake here for everybody. I realize some, or perhaps all of you, were not involved in the previous decisions made by the ZBA to approve this project. And at the last meeting, it sounded like some of you were not really so familiar with the details. On this page, you can see a rendering of the approved project viewed from the west as if you were floating above Hunter Street. Below that, you see an aerial photo taken from the opposite direction, looking down from State Street. You can see the Smith Robinson house on the site, which is the only structure remaining after the earlier demolition of the industrial buildings that used to be located here. If you look at the rendering near the top left, you can see the Smith Robinson house adjacent to the new construction apartments. So I'll use my hand here to point to it a little bit. It's kind of right there. So the Smith Robinson house remains, and it will be renovated and incorporated into the finished project, which we understand is very important to the town. We recently completed a whole bunch of work to secure and preserve the existing structure. So on the next page, quick overview of the project. It's 189 units, 19 of which are affordable. It's over 300,000 gross square feet. It offers wonderful amenities for its residents, including indoor parking, fitness center, swimming pool, balconies, river views, and open green space. It offers many benefits to the village of Ossining. It repurposes a derelict and formerly contaminated industrial site, eliminates an eyesore and attractive nuisance from the neighborhood. It restores the Smith Robinson house, a locally designated landmark. It repairs a path from State Street to Hunter Street to enhance access to the train and waterfront. It will contribute millions of dollars in annual property taxes. There is no abatement associated with this project. It will have a significant positive impact on the economy of Ossining both from construction jobs during the project, permanent jobs at the project, and of course, spending by 189 residents once they move in. It also sends the message to Westchester and everyone else in the world that Ossining is an attractive place to live and conduct business. This slide just shows what the site used to look like before the demolition, with the kind of derelict old industrial buildings there. And you can see again, the Smith Robinson House is sort of right here where I'm circling on the screen. So since we took ownership, which was only in November of 2020 during the pandemic, we have taken the project from the previously approved stage where we've, as Mr. Kahan said earlier, paid about $1.3 million in permit fees, water main relining fees, and significant back taxes, which were accrued under the prior owners. We completed the demolition phase of the project, which had also begun under the previous ownership, and that permit was closed out in January. We obtained the new building permit, which is the one in question tonight, January 19th. We commenced earthwork in June, and we've performed more specifically excavation work in July on the 17th and the 19th, and I'm going to show you some photos of that. This page just shows you quickly an email from Mr. Agostinelli to my colleague Jonathan Cluse, just confirming that the demolition permit had been closed in January. This is a portion of the building permit itself, and I would just say, note the highlighted language. The scope of work is earthwork and foundations for 3 apartment buildings, and then more details about that. So members of the ZBA, I just want to point out that when you're building a building, any ground up construction requires you to go into the ground before you can come up out of the ground. And that's why the permit doesn't just say foundations or structures, it says earthwork and foundations. So you have to level the ground, you have to dig a hole, and then you can put your footings in after that. So what is earthwork? At the top of this slide, again, I repeated the language from the building permit itself. Now, earthwork is part of the work that was required to be commenced per the permit, but it's not a defined term in the village code, but it's a commonly used term in construction. On the screen here is a definition of earthwork taken from the dictionary. Note the second definition. It reads, the operations connected with excavations and embankments of earth. So as noted earlier, the village has a code that states that permits shall become invalid unless the authorized work is commenced within 6 months following the date of issuance of the permit. This is the code that was cited by the building department when it revoked our permit. To be perfectly clear, the requirement is that work is commenced, not that work is completed. We were aware of this requirement and took specific steps to assure that we did not miss this deadline. We hired a contractor to begin the earthwork before the deadline. We also hired an independent third-party engineer to supervise that work. We have submitted daily reports and affidavits from the subcontractor and the engineer. Those affidavits confirm that earthwork, including excavation specifically, was conducted before the 6-month deadline. This is a portion of the affidavit from the subcontractor who performed the excavation. Let me just direct you through the highlighted language here. On item 4, in early June 2021, JDA performed work on the property, including stockpiling of materials, clearing of land, and other earthwork. Item 5, soon thereafter, JDA began excavation for the footing subgrade of Building 1. Item 6, this work occurred prior to July 19th, 2021. The next page is an affidavit from the supervising engineer. I call your attention to items 5 through 8 highlighted. On July 16, 2021, as recorded in my daily field inspection report that day, I observed, among other things, that the subcontractor was clearing subgrade and grubbing, which are forms of earthwork.
No.
On July 17, 2021, as recorded in my daily field inspection report that day, I observed, among other things, that the subcontractor began excavating for the footing subgrade of building number 1. On July 19, 21, as recorded in my daily field inspection report that day, I observed that the contractor again continued to excavate for the footing subgrade and performed a stakeout survey to stake out the footprint of the exterior foundation.
They need new
Okay, so
Now, let me just go to, sorry, do you want to ask me a question about this page?
no,
or
go
should I
ahead.
just-
The time is getting late.
I hear you. All right, let me get to the good stuff. So here is a site plan, and this just will help you understand the pictures I'm going to show you. You can see the buildings highlighted in green is the footprint of what was to be built. The area we circled here, right here that I'm circling, is kind of the area toward the northern end of the property, which is where the excavation began. Okay, so you know the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So here's the first picture taken along the north end of the site on July 16th, just before excavation work began. Note the neighboring buildings in the background, just for context. Also make note of the condition of the ground. You can see grass and weeds at the surface. Here's a photo of the site with an active excavator working the next day, July 17th, before the deadline to commence work. There's another photo of the excavation underway. Note that there is a person in the cab of the excavator actively digging. This is also from July 17th, and it was taken along the northern edge of the property facing west. Here's another picture taken on July 19th. I would just point out that the 18th was a Sunday, so no work was performed that day. This picture shows how far down the excavator had already dug. You can see the Smith Robinson house in the upper left-hand corner over here. This photo is taken from the north side of the property looking south. It clearly depicts in this area here how far down the excavation has already progressed. Now, this is also a picture taken on July 19th. I'd like to point out two things about this picture. First of all, note the perspective. It shows the neighboring buildings in the background, like the first picture that I showed you. The first one was covered with grass and weeds at the surface. Now compare the condition in this photo to the first one. Let me quickly flip back. That's what it looked like before we started. That's what it looked like after we started. Now let me call your attention to one more thing. Note down here in the corner, this photo is date stamped 7/19/21. This photo was not taken by our supervising engineer. This photo was taken by Gregory Gross, a code enforcement officer of your building department. According to our engineer, Mr. Gross visited the site during excavation, phoned someone at the building department, presumably Mr. Agostinelli, and advised him of the activity. The reason we have this photo is that Mr. Gross issued us a violation for certain site conditions, and he used this photo as evidence for that violation. So I said a picture's worth 1,000 words. Here's some words to back up the pictures. On the screen, you have an email exchange between Stuart Kahan and my colleague, Jonathan Cluse. This was sent on July 19th, 2021. I direct your attention to the highlighted portion at the bottom of the page. Jonathan's response is at the top. Mr. Kahan says to Mr. Cluse, I have been advised by the village's building inspector that excavation has started. Jonathan replies promptly, yes, we started excavation. Reading this, I would think you could understand why we're so surprised to receive the email revoking our permit for having failed to commence work. We'd already received this email from the village's own attorney telling us that he'd been informed by the building inspector himself that we had started excavation. This is the violation that I referred to earlier, the one to which the photo from July 19th had been attached to as evidence. I want to point out that when these violations are given, they are sworn to and signed by the issuing officer. This violation says, as highlighted, there are holes caused by excavation work. The word by is missing, but you can tell it's a typo. This is a violation for leaving the site in a supposedly dangerous condition because someone could fall into the holes caused by the excavation work. These are the same holes and excavation work that the building department subsequently claimed didn't even exist when they revoked our building permit for having failed to commence our earthwork. How is that possible? By the way, it's not relevant to tonight's topic, but I want you to know we already corrected all these violations. So to summarize quickly here, the permit was issued in January. The code requires us to commence work authorized by the permit. Earthwork is on the permit. Earthwork includes digging the holes, doing the excavation. We have sworn affidavits. We have photos. We have field reports. We have an email from the village's attorney confirming that he had been, quote, advised by the village building inspector that excavation had been started. We have a violation sworn to by a code enforcement official saying that there are holes from excavation. Our requirement was to commence construction of the project. Earthwork is the first step. It's impossible to look at this evidence and say we hadn't started. So we respectfully request that the permit be reinstated.
Because the reason they were digging the hole.
That's the end of my slideshow. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask one question? Can you go back to the email? Just want to
Which
see
one?
the email between Jonathan Clues and Stuart Kahn.
It's here.
The response that was made by Jonathan. General contractor ASF Construction. Just curious, ASF Construction didn't fill out an affidavit indicating they were working there, by the way. Just, I'm not making a statement for any discussion or argument because he identifies ASF Contracting, but your affidavit comes from another company, by the way.
Well, my understanding is that ASF was the general contractor and he asked Dos Anjos to do the job as a subcontractor.
But to be clear, Mr. Dos Anjos was not the subcontractor on the building permit. There is no subcontractor listed on the building permit.
The permit was issued to Austin Land as the owner. The general contractor is ASF, and ASF had another contractor start the excavation work. But the building permit work was commenced. The authorized work was to do excavation.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if Mr. Dos Anjos was on the original building permit as a subcontractor under ASF, because I know on the building permit, it asks for the contractor and any subcontractors.
Building permit doesn't provide for the subcontractor. That's correct.
Okay.
I think we can see that.
Joe, if there had been a subcontractor, would it have been indicated on the building permit?
Yes, when you put in the general contractor and all the subcontractors, when you print out the building permit, it will identify all the contractors.
So at the time that the building permit was issued, there was no subcontractors for the building permit, because I believe he was on the demolition permit.
Yes, he was the contractor for the demolition permit, but he was not identified for the building permit.
And the demo permit was closed.
Yeah, any contractors who were identified as part of any permits, in this case, the building permit, we would have to, we'd be required to collect all necessary insurance documents.
Okay, I guess
I just want to point out that Stuart's email specifically asked, can you identify the general contractor for the project? It doesn't say, can you identify anybody who's doing any work there? So I'm not opining, I'm not an expert on the building department rules. I'm not saying I am. I'm just pointing out that Mr. Kahan's email asked, can you identify the general contractor? So Jonathan gave him the answer because we were proceeding with ASF as the general contractor.
I don't think there's a question as to whether ASF Construction was the general contractor. I think the question, in question is the subcontractor, and were they allowed, or was it advised for them to do the work? But I'm going to defer to my board members to discuss this a little further. I know the hour is getting extremely late. So to to Amanda and to Stuart, I guess the question is, how do we proceed as a board to discuss the issue in front of us, which is to either uphold or appeal or dismiss the issue that's before us.
And I'd also just like to ask, because of the late hour and because of the large amount of information received from both sides and the ability, I think, to be able to process it, I think it would behoove us, if possible, to make a decision until next month.
So
if that is possible.
Well, we need to move forward. We have a project that we've committed tens of millions of dollars to, that we want to work with the village to get this moving forward. And it seems like there's a technicality being argued here of whether the subcontractor was authorized to perform work. I think the facts are clear. The work was completed and was started. No doubt. I mean, there's no way you can look at this without, in my opinion, without.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because that is.
Let me finish. Can I finish my thought? So the issue is, does someone who's working for the general contractor give a reason to revoke a permit under a different section, under section 162, Mr. Kahan cited? That's not what we're appealing. We're appealing under the zoning code. I think there was another application here before that said that the 162 doesn't apply here. So if there's 162 applies, give us our permit back, because there's a provision for that in the code in 162. But you've said it doesn't apply. Now, if it does, give us our permit back. There's a provision. Ultimately, I don't know who's writing comments. Who's Andre?
My understanding was that the grounds for revocation of this permit are in chapter 162. There were no grounds for revocation in the zoning chapter. This is before the zoning board based on village law. And correct me if I'm wrong, Darius.
I don't know who Andre's making comments on the
actually,
chat.
I can answer that.
Was not the general contractor.
I can answer that, Darius. I can answer that question. Mr. Fernandez would like to come on. He is actually the principal of ASF. He is here for the next matter, which is 78 Croton. If he would like to come on, he can make the statement that he just wrote into the chat, that ASF was never the general contractor on the project.
Are you emailing with him and talking to him?
Nope, he's doing it on the chat. I haven't said a word.
His application is on after yours.
His application is the next one on. Mr. Fernandez wants to come on, he's welcome to. I'm not telling him he has to. I'm just saying if he wants to. I haven't said a word to him.
There are other people on who are listening to this because it's open to the public. So if he is on and he would like to speak, he is.
So do you want to, you've adjourned the public hearing at this point. You'd have to, reopen the public hearing to allow him to speak, which go ahead and do that,
Well, that's if he wants to.
That's great.
right? I just also, Marlene, Stuart is the village council, but for purposes of advising the board at this point, since he's advocating on behalf of the village, I'll be, working on your end from the board's perspective for tonight.
Before you move forward with opening up any public hearing as well, I don't know whether or not ASF or Andre wants to speak. So if Andre does want to speak, then I'd ask that they at least raise their hand to signal that, and then, make your decision as you deem fit.
Yes, thank you, Jaime. I actually would like to hear from the other board members at this point, what their thinking is. As far as, I think there was a question on the board whether we should have a motion to adjourn till January. There is also the question as to whether this should be dismissed. And there is a question as to whether this should be, the building inspectors, their appeal to reinstate the building permit for this project. So I'm going to go to the member who probably has the most knowledge on part of this. And has been through this project, I'm sure, more than once. I know Bob isn't on, so George, can you kind of give me your thoughts?
My thoughts are very simple. From what I've heard and what I've seen, I agree with the building inspector and what he did.
Okay, and Mark?
So, in light of the fact that the appeal was asking us, the board, to interpret the code as applies to the work on the property, and it was to ask us to annul and reverse the building inspector's closing of the building permit. The work was to be done pursuant to the building permit. And if the work that was purportedly done was by a subcontractor that was, not listed on that building permit, then I would agree with the building inspector's decision as well at this point.
Okay, I think to Jaime, do we have anything from ASF Construction? Did they want to speak or no?
So they've not raised their hand. Oh, they have now raised their hand.
Okay, so I would like to entertain, just for clarity, a motion from the board to open the public hearing in light of the construction person is now in the audience and would like to speak. No?
Somebody needs to make that motion.
Somebody needs to make that motion.
That's Bob, that's a George or Mark?
Mark.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a second? George?
I think that's a yes. I think that he just said yes.
Okay. So if there's no objection, I'd like to just open the public hearing to hear from ASF Construction. And briefly, I'd like to just hear from them because they are the construction of note on the paperwork, so.
They are here and able to speak.
Hi, sir, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. It's not Andre, it's Annette Samau. I am the other owner of ASF Construction. Andre is my husband, but I'm Annette. Good
Hi,
evening.
Annette. Good evening.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay. I just wanted, in the interest of time, I was not going to speak because I know it's late and we're actually on next. However, I wanted to say that ASF was never the general contractor. We initially were in a verbal agreement with the original owner, I believe, his name was Barnett, and Andre were in a verbal agreement to complete the project, to do, I'm not sure about the actual work, but a contract was never completed. So I believe the application was submitted as for ASF, but it never went through. We never received a contract, and we were not the contractor on site. So JDA and John Dos Anjos was not our subcontractor at all. We do not have a contract with them, nor do we have a contract for 34 State Street. So.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that Mr. Agonastinelli would not provide a building permit for ASF without them providing the insurance, which they did. It's my understanding. That's in the building department. So I don't know if this person's, what they're saying, but they provided insurance for the village, naming them as additional insured for the building permit.
In the interest of the original person that we were in a verbal agreement with, which was Barnett, not with the current owners. So
the permit wasn't issued to Barnett. It was issued months after we took over and Barnett was gone, and we did that with your husband.
Okay, I thank you. I believe it was Annette. Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah.
And we will see you
I just
hopefully.
want to note that we don't have a copy of that contract. So I just checked the exhibits. I can't, unless I'm missing it, I apologize, Darius, but I don't appear to have a copy of that contract. So as staff, I can't verify any of this information as to whether or not there is an existing contract.
So I think in the interest of time, I think there's a lot of questions that are out there that need to be answered, both from the ASF construction, which is the basis of the whole building permit to begin with. And I think that in my head, I think that would need to be answered. Secondly, I think that we would need to have just a little bit more clarification, Amanda, moving forward, so that we, and again, there's 3 of us on here. The 3 of us would have to vote one way or the other. And we know that one member has to recuse himself. And I think also in the interest of time, because again, there's some things that still need to be answered. And there is a motion that was asked that we put this off until January. I believe if there's a second to that motion, I'd like to move.
We
have to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing first.
Just don't close the public hearing.
I'd
Please
like
just
to
adjourn.
adjourn. Can I adjourn the public hearing until January? So may we have a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
So moved, Mark Rutschney.
And may I have a second? George? George? Can you second? Okay. By unanimous consent, the public hearing is now adjourned. May I also have a motion to adjourn this till January?
So moved.
And may I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. So this application will be adjourned to the January meeting. I'd like to, I guess at some point, discuss with Stuart and Amanda, Joe, I think we would need some additional information as to the validity of the contractor on the building department paperwork. I think that would actually help us in making a determination moving forward. I want to thank everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again in January. Happy holidays.
All right. Last but not least.
Yeah, so we down to the last 78 Croton Avenue, ZBA 24-2021.
Keep moving.
Apologies, I'm just trying to get adjust the panelists here. So I'll be pretty quick about this last one. You know, the 78 Croton Avenue. The applicant has submitted all the materials necessary for the zoning board variance. So the last final item that we asked them to do in order to move this forward was they submit a signed and sealed letter by an architect or an engineer, you know, just verifying that any potential issues that may have arisen in regards to the ongoing engineering review would not impact the variance requests that are out there right now. They did give us that signed sealed letter. I think it's important to note that through dialogue with the architect, they have acknowledged, however unlikely, that they will come back to the board if such need arose. If it turned out that down the road they did need to get an additional variance, they would come back to the board. That's something that they would have to do anyways, but they, you know, they do acknowledge that if that happens, then they'll come, but they do not anticipate any need for that. So, you know, with that in mind, the consensus among staff is that the ZBA can move forward with the vote when you feel that you're satisfied that all of your questions have been answered. The staff, we don't have any remaining questions on this project as it pertains to the variances.
Okay.
So everything that was asked for at the last meeting has been satisfied at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Did we lose George? Did we lose Bob?
We have we lost Mark.
I know we lost Mark. Yes, we lost Mark. Mark had to sign off. So
We still have a quorum.
we still have a quorum, so we are going to, I know that, was it Annette? Okay, I see.
Yeah, so Annette is here. I'm trying to bring her over. Bill DeVore is here representing the applicant. So I am not sure if any of these other individuals are on the list or not. So JB, is it just you, Annette, and Bill DeVore?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So as Jaime was saying, that the board in the last meeting asked for some additional information, and that information has been submitted with the understanding that if there's any need for them to come back before the board, that they will. Is that correct?
Yes, and I provided a letter stating just that, and I think the letter is it should be in the file.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the board had any more questions about, you know, the variance that we're seeking, but just to go over them quickly. We had an open parking area at the rear of the property, which once we covered with a patio, it became part of the structure, and that necessitated the three variances that we're requesting, which is side and rear yard and lot coverage. And I don't know if we need to go over the drawings again, or you're familiar enough. And at this time of the night, I'm not sure. I don't want it to go through the whole.
So Jaime, can you just bring up, I guess, the zoning sheet so we can see the numbers?
Yeah, so this is the zoning chart here. This is the most recent zoning chart. It gives you the details of what you have in front of you. So the maximum building coverage is 50%. Because of the conversion of that back parking lot into a part of the building, that increased to 62.5%, slightly under what the impervious coverage is. So that's the coverage change that you would need is 12.5%. And then the rear side yard setback required is 20 feet. They're providing 10, so you need a 10-foot variance. And then the side yard setbacks are 10 feet for lots abutting residential districts. They're providing 2.2 feet. And so that's, again, because of the conversion of that parking lot into a structure. So they would need an 8 foot, I'm sorry, a 7 foot, 7.8 feet. And then the minimum side yard combined is 10. I think actually it's only 10 feet for one side, and there's no side yard required, I think, on the other side. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, it's only a side yard is required against when it abuts a residential district, which is on one side of the property. The other side faces Valvoline, which is a commercial in the NC district. And I believe the on the right side of the building, when you're looking at it, that's an MF district.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. They don't need a combined yard setback, right? They just
No, it's just the setback in that district is only if the property abuts a residential district, which it does on one side.
Yeah, so there's 3 variances in front of you. One is for rear yard setback. One is for side yard setback, and one is for building coverage.
So 12.5 was the building coverage, right?
Yeah. And the only thing I would ask is that I think we need an updated zoning worksheet.
Yeah.
The one that I have listed here, I don't know if you've submitted one to us already. So just as a condition of approval that they provide us with an updated zoning worksheet. This is part of the drawing, so that's what I'm using right now. But it should be in their zoning worksheet, and I just didn't see an updated one. Let me just check.
I think we had it, but if now we can provide an updated.
Let me verify because I might be wrong here. Okay, so they have rear yard 10, side yard 7.8, and building coverage is 12.7. So yeah, so that's correct. So let me amend that. This is an updated one. That's it.
Okay. So to the board, I believe you adjourned the public hearing from the last meeting.
Correct.
So may I have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So moved, Bob.
May I have
George.
George, okay. Is there anyone else here to speak on this behalf of this project, Jaime?
Let me check. Nope.
Sorry, I'm choking here. Okay, if there's no one else to speak, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
My question is about the patio.
Yeah.
Why can't they use pervious pavers for it?
If you could speak into the microphone, Bob, we can't hear you.
Well, can I have a motion to close the public hearing first, Bob?
So moved, Bob.
Second, George.
Okay. So, Bob, I believe, I'm sorry, if there's no objection to closing the public hearing is now closed. Bob, I think you had a question about impervious.
I did.
Okay, I could kind of hear your question, but we didn't know what you said.
No worries. Yeah. What I was thinking is, would it be difficult to make the patio with pervious pavers to reduce the amount of impervious? That might be helpful.
I can answer you to that. It's one, it's the variance first is not for the impervious surface coverage, but that patio is actually the roof structure of the parking garage.
Oh, so never mind. That would be really bad.
Right, you'd have water pouring into the garage.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
I'm good.
At this point in time,
We'll take out the hot dogs and have dinner.
all right, so I think we can move forward.
It's okay, it's late, understood. It's okay.
Yeah.
I think if the board is okay with moving forward with going through the area variance test.
Yes.
I don't know, Amanda, if we have to take them one by one or if we can do them as one, asking for, and I'm going to read off of this sheet, a one side yard variance of 7.8 8%, a rear yard of 10. And yes,
7.8 feet.
7.8 feet, or did I say percent? I'm sorry, 7.8
Right.
feet, a rear yard of 10 feet, and a building coverage percentage of 12.7%.
And then also, are we counting this required buffer area as a
I think
separate?
he wrote it there twice because it's not really
Right.
in the
It's not
section
really,
where
yeah.
it says one side yard, because that would apply to just the bulk requirement in general. So I think what he did is he used the buffer area, so just to kind of clarify what it is.
Okay, so just the 3.
Yeah, the 3.
If you want to, Marlene, as long as you discuss the merits of each, you can do it all together.
Okay. So in light of that, can I have a motion to, no, sorry. Can we go through the area test? It's late. My brain is shut down.
I know. Okay, the first factor is whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of the 3 area variances. Or by any one of them, you can determine that one might not meet the factors, or 2, whatever.
So in terms of the area variances, they are not extremely large area variances. It was not in the original plans, but it is an improvement to the top of a garage. So my answer would probably be no.
I agree with Marlene, this Bob.
Okay. The benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than an area variance.
No.
I would almost say yes if they didn't put a patio on top of the garage. We wouldn't be here.
Right.
Next.
But you also, in terms of the side yard variance, the side yard and the rear yard, you're talking about constraints of the zone, being the issue here, right?
Yeah, I think it's I think it's worth keeping in mind that if they had left it as an at grade parking lot, then there would have just been a parking pit essentially. In order to have a patio on top of the parking lot, that would require converting this parking lot into essentially a part of the structure, which necessitates the thing. So whatever you decide, but
it's an improvement.
Yeah.
So had they left it the way that it was in the original plans, they would not need an area variance, but because the scope of the project changed, the area variance is now needed.
Yeah, I think that's something that probably speaks more to hardship than whether they could perform this same thing without doing it that way.
Okay. Thank you, Jaime. Okay, let's move forward.
Okay, the requested area variances are substantial.
And taking each one individually, the answer would be no.
I agree. Together it's substantial, but it's worth it.
But individually not.
Individually not, no.
Yes.
Do you feel that they don't individually have impacts? Because that's really what this question is all about, not numerically. It's about impacts.
Well, they don't have a negative impact. I think these changes make a positive impact.
Well, of course, I'm talking about whether they have negative impacts.
No.
No negative impact.
Okay. Whether the proposed variances will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district.
No. What we just said, it's positive. The patio is an improvement over people looking at a parking lot.
Okay. And lastly, the alleged difficulty was self-created.
Well, yeah, because they didn't have to do this. but I don't think that it's not determinative. Right?
Right.
In other words, it's okay.
It's okay that that's self-created.
I would say it's not okay to build stuff that you didn't have plans for, but
Right. I was thinking that,
just
it's not okay to build.
make sure that's clear. That's
Don't put on
not
the
okay.
plans,
Right.
But it, in this case, it was an improvement, but I think they should have brought the plans forward prior to putting the building up.
Yeah.
In light of going through the area variance tests, I believe that it was an affirmative, and that I'm just trying to think of,
We need a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to approve the area variance in all of its parts.
The 3 area variances.
Three
the
areas.
3 area variances that were noted. Okay. May I have a second?
Second, George.
Okay, a roll call vote.
Marlene Cheatham,
Aye.
Bob Dario,
Aye.
and George Bailing.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you all for staying on late. Mr. Hernandez, have a good night.
Same to you, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Happy holidays to
Thank you,
all.
JB.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Do you
And
have
I think the last thing on our agenda
Move to approve.
is to approve the minutes of the last meeting, and I was not there, so I have to recuse. Oh, can we do
We
that?
don't have a quorum.
No, we
Gotta
can't.
wait till next meeting.
Next meeting.
So it would have to be done at our next meeting, so,
All right.
If we do it by weight, I count as 2.
No, sorry, Bob.
Because I think I'm 2 of you.
Me?
Yeah,
No.
I'm at least 2 of you.
so the approval of the minutes for the next meeting will be done of the November meeting will be done in January.
All right.
If there's no other business, nothing else to discuss, I think I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
And if there's no objection to going home, to adjourning the meeting, I'm going to say good night to everyone. I don't believe there's an objection. I think Stuart's still in his office at 16. So I think he wants to go home.
Well, everybody have a Merry Christmas and a happy.
Enjoy all.
You too.
Happy holidays to all.
Happy holidays to
We've already
everyone.
had a happy Hanukkah, so Christmas and New Year's are next.
That's right.
Happy Kwanzaa for those who celebrate.
Oh, and happy Kwanzaa.
Yes. Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Be well.
Are you still recording?
No, don't
No,
record.
it's-